Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Mythic Showdown Season 2 powered by War Drum Games. You're right now witnessing one of the best game of the round robin stage. Of course, guys, it is SATUL versus CRQ. IQ SATUL, sorry, for my pardon, versus CRQ Crux Requiem. Going to fight against each other right now. This is your boy STZ going to cast this game, and with me is none than my brother Baldudu will be joining me as my co-caster and will be entertaining you all. But talking about Crux Requiem, they already sealed a win in a 2-0 fashion, and they lost a game as well with a 2-0 fashion. That means they're already into the 4th position in the round robin stage. They have a dream to achieve, that is to get a slot into the playoffs, to get a slot into the LAN at Guwahati in this Mythic Showdown Season 2, and from SATUL. They're yet to start their journey in this round robin stage with a massive support and with a massive unity. They're here for the game number 1 in this round robin stage for them. And this is the day number 4 at the round robin stage, and we hope SATUL as well as Crux Requiem all the best for this game, because whoever wins this game will have a little bit momentum back into the round robin stage. So do the Crux Requiem, so do the SATUL. But this is the match between the experience versus momentum, because like SATUL is known for their experience. It's a team which is already there in our scene, and it's got rebranded. It's a sponsor right now as a SATUL, and before it was ABM. We know this team have a lot of history. They're known as the Tyrants before, but currently the Tyrants is Sacrishine. So we're going to talk about it later when SATUL going to face up Sacrishine. But today is the game between SATUL versus CRQ. So Baldudu, what do you feel? I mean, after a long gap, SATUL will be back. And CRQ already started their way in this round robin stage with a 2-0 win fashion and a 0-2 losing fashion as well. And grabbed up 3 points in the table. And right now they're in the 4th position. SATUL, they're yet to start. I already said that. So what do you feel? SATUL grabbing up their first win, or we're going to see CRQ another points getting added for them?
Well, one thing is that Seoul is going to be having its first game in this tournament, right? So it's their first game of the round robin stage. So they're going to be, unlike the other teams, they've had a time, they've had a rest period. They have had time to adapt to the meta. They have been looking at their opponents, what their opponents are doing, what to avoid, what not to do. So these past 3 days, I think Apex must have done a lot of research onto what these teams are doing and what works. So they have the advantage of being like a surprise factor for their opponents. But at the same time, Crux Requiem has actually adapted to the meta by playing against the very best players. So it's like a two-way street. I know this works because I've played it, and the other one's like, I know this doesn't work because these guys have played it. So one person has second-hand experience, but they don't have any information on them. So there's a surprise factor. On the other side, these guys have first-hand experience playing against the very best teams. And in terms of the importance, we all know Seoul as a team, it thrives on momentum. ABM, Apex, all of these guys, like you mentioned, from ABM, from the very start, since Seoul has come into fruition, they have been working like a steam engine. I think every single game I've casted for this team is that these guys are a steam engine. They start off slow, and then they pick up that momentum and they're unstoppable. So, Seoul is like a juggernaut. But on the other side, Crux Requiem really needs this win, because if they do, they will be clinching a top 3 spot for tomorrow. If they go through today's match, they're going to have a top 3 spot. And there we are in the land, not the land of dawn just yet. Before we head into the land of dawn for match 1 of the Mythic Showdown Season 2 round robin stage A4, we have the draft phase. And since it's going to be the broken walls, we're going to be seeing the Fred obviously taken out. The second we see broken walls, nobody wants to deal with the Fred. He's just a little too annoying. We might also be seeing a possible Grok, Esmeralda, Gatotkaч, maybe a Kalia, but Kalia not being seen as much nowadays. The Gato is going to be taken out, and Seoul is going to be severely trying to restrict the options that Array has in the game. Because we saw previously in the previous match that Crux Requiem had, Array was restricted by the picks. He was trying to go in for these kind of setter heroes, like not even sets. He was trying to go for these highlight play heroes like Franco, but his team did not have any setter exps with them, so the
Yeah.
opponents just walked all over them. So I think CRQ now has to watch out for that.
Let's see what will be happening in this game. This is IQ Soul and versus Crux Requiem. And you know, Baldo, the fun thing is, like, they're going for those meta bans here. IQ Soul, they're going for the claw, Lapu Lapu, the Gatot Kacha. And currently, they have, from the side of team Crux Requiem, they're kind of jungle centric into the banning phase. They're halting the way for Jay to come forward with his comfort picks, the Lancelot, the Fedrin, and now maybe the Hayabusa might be taken out into the third ban from the side of Crux Requiem. They're really into that jungle centric bans, and it is more like you really need a comfort play for yourself, and you don't want Jay to get the spike, get the power spike into his hand, and finishing the job for SAT well at this moment. And there you go. It will be a Baksha into the last ban. Baksha is a flex nowadays. You can go for the roam, you can go with jungle, and bring the map into a broken wall setup. I don't believe I believe Baksha ban is a needed ban, but at the same time, the Hilda is open at this moment. Well, one of the best roamer of India, that is SATUL Apex. Will he go for the Hilda pick here in the first phase, or are we gonna see the one of the goated mid laner, that is Asuna, will be going for the Kimi? I mean, we know his Kimi's plays. We know the destructive Sicilian plays as well from him. So will he opt those picks here, because the Sicilian is back into the patch?
Yep, and with the situation right now, IQ Soul starts off with their draft, and they're gonna pick up the Eve for Asuna right now. And we've seen how good Asuna in general has been as a player throughout MS2, but the the Eve is just so good right now in this patch. I mean, she is just too strong in terms of the utility she's providing, the way she's able to position herself and enable her teammates. On the other end, CRQ is picking up the Grok because it was left open. And I have a strong feeling Apex is probably going to go in for the Khalid, the Ruby, or the Chip, depending on the EXP pick. I'm not sure yet. But if they see that, there's an Esmeralda, possible Esmeralda, we might be seeing a Chip. Maybe not in this situation because there's an Alice and a Grok, but the Khalid is going to be there's a high chance the Khalid being selected out. Jay, since his assassin, the Lancelot, has been taken out, and he has a preference for the fighter jungles, he could actually go in for an early Bor, considering there are already two heroes the Bor can counter out right now.
Of course. And the main thing is, Baldo, I was believing that team Crux Requiem will actually go for a Chukshin pick here, but no, they instead they went for that Alice and the Grok here. As you mentioned, the Ring of Blood and the Tech Charge will have a beautiful setup of combo, and they're going for that pick off comp you always mention. This is what you need, proper zoning, proper gangs, and proper rotation coming out from these two members, with the broken walls being there. Grok and Alice will be mostly used in this meta as well as into this map. So they might gonna give some hard sip to the side of SATUL, but there you go. Some raunchy picks into this first picking phase. We're gonna see a CC coming in. Not sure it is into the hand of Radium or not. And there is the Ishan Shin into the hand of Jay, the jungler from SATUL. But there you go. To counter this boatman, to counter this Korean admiral, we have a mobility queen there out from the side of Crux Requiem. They're going with a Fanny here in the jungle. Do you believe this Fanny gonna rip out Jay and the hope of SATUL in the first game of the round robin stage?
And with that, the starting front three of CRQ is quite strong. They have the Fanny who can dash around the map. You have the Grok who is there to give them ability to reset the objectives. I think that would be really good when you pair it up with a Fanny, because she can clear the far lane, rotate into the fight, and have the grok ensure the objectives are not, taken too fast by the side of Soul. You also have, checkmate right now. Sorry, 27. 27. The 2020 is a little confusing in terms of the pick, the grammar from there. But yeah, 27. He had a decent performance there, and as long as we're not seeing him on the Joy, I think he's really great with the frontline EXPs. So the Alice is there to kind of round off their draft. But now what CRQ needs is a late game carry. They either need something like the Harith, because there's a CC in that fight, there's also a V Sanshin. So it's going to be very annoying for them to play, conventional marksman, because it kind of instantly gets bursted down. So they have to pick up something like the Nathan, which gives them mobility, or Harith, which is also mobile. But if you go in for anything else, you will really struggle under the RWM. So it's the Granger, Harith, or the Nathan. Unless they're planning to go in for an Esma Gold, but I think that's a very risky play. Then you have to take something like a Lunox in the mid lane. But what is the Lunox going to do against any of those heroes? None of them are tanky.
Yeah.
So, CRQ is in a bit of a pickle. Let's see how they do. Okay, the Uranus.
That
In
means
the gold lane. Yep, the Esme or the Uranus. Yeah, it was one of them. It had to be one of them. And yep, the Uranus is picked up. And I think CRQ had the same idea I had. They did ban out the chip over there at the very end. They did not let... They took out the chip, but the Khalid is still open for Apex right now.
it's only the Khalid. He can go with the Minotaur as well. That would be the best pick, I will suggest, because of the heal you're gonna provide to your teams. But look at that. I believe like Executor Zay, he might go for that Alice gold, and 27 will be onto the Uranus. And the fun fact about this game is the 27 who played before Tartarus before, and Anti who played for ABM and LCF before. They have a strong like competitive mindset. They have a clash between them a lot of times. They're kind of that arch rival, Anti and 27 into the EXP lane. Both claiming themselves as fans of them claiming themselves as the EXP standard of India. But today the match will gonna show that who is the real EXP standard of India. Is it Anti with his Phobius 100% win rate, or 27 with his Lapu Lapu? But sadly, he will not get his Lapu Lapu in his hand. He'll be onto the Uranus or maybe onto the Alice. But Anti, look at that. He'll be going with his Arnold right now. With the Khalid.
It's Anna. Not Andy. Anna.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to tell you. It's Andy's off right now.
Okay.
Yeah,
my fault.
Yeah, that's what. I mean, we're gonna be seeing that matchup between the two competitive players, maybe in another match, because Andy has been sitting this out for now. It's gonna be Anna on that Arlord, adding a different kind of gameplay to the side of Soul. And yep, Apex does pick up the Khalid as expected. Actually, as predicted. I'm going to be very proud of that. But yeah, CRQ going in with that Cecilium. I mean, that was exactly what they needed. So I think in terms of that draft, CRQ has a very, very, very well balanced draft in terms of how well they have kind of rounded off their late game, their mid game, their early scaling. From the start to finish, every hero can be adequately protected and enabled by the other. On the other end, Soul is lacking in terms of frontline, especially if Apex chooses to go in for an early damage. Like we've seen some Khalids go in for that Heptases for additional effect. So, they need to there's going to be a lot of pressure onto Apex and Ana, because Ana and Apex both are setter heroes. They're not defending kind of tanks. So, that is a question for them. So if Soul can hold on long enough for J-Hope to actually get his, not J-Hope, my god, that's not him, J-Ho to get his scaling, it's going to be a great time for them. But otherwise, CRQ has the better draft in terms of how rounded off it is.
Of course, the pressure is so high that the coach himself right now standing in the draft section and will be playing the game as well. Anna debuting for SATUL, IQ SATUL in Mythic Showdown Season 2 is one of the best moments for me. And me as a caster, casting out this game will be the best moment for the for me, of course. And with this, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of Dawn. This is Mythic Showdown Season 2, powered by War Drum Games. It's your boy STZ and Baldudu, going to entertain you all being there in the casting deck. And this is IQSATUL versus Crux Requiem. And you know, like, this game will be a big game in this showdown, because Crux Requiem really need to back that 2 points to grab up that third slot into the round robin stage, a little bit closer to the playoff mark in SATUL. They're starting their way in this round robin stage. They need a win. They need some confidence as well. The Sicilian pick comes out from the side of team Crux Requiem in the last moment. Peekaboo Predator might gonna be the X factor for the side of Crux Requiem. Who knows? Here we are. The game is on, and with this, we're gonna see that little bit pressure onto the mid side already being happening from the side of IQSATUL.
And looking at the emblems right now, Apex going in for the concussive blast and some mobility. We're seeing two wilderness blessings. Apex and Asuna are going to pair together for a little more faster rotation. So 27 and Executor both have to be careful on that end. And speaking about being careful, on the bot side, Jeho is right there. And Executor has fallen down low. Jeho also has his ultimate. Any moment now with the Mountain Shocker, they could go in for the engage. There it is.
Okay, a little bit of
flickers out.
You cannot take out a Uranus in a very first minute with damage, because he is the reason god. He can reason out very fastly, and there you go. Throne Lizard, it might gonna take it out, but Zeho is right now in a very bad position, will be taken out as well. It will be Lomsanga who will be securing the first blood in this game number 1, and IQ Soul will be a little bit disappointed with this fight. They just approached onto that Fanny for the Throne Lizard. And now onto the top side, there is a little bit of skirmish going on. 2 people going in there. Blooder will be used to goes back there. But Chuan Cheng will be getting a little bit of, skirmish and backlashes there as well. But there you go. The bad impact comes up. Final slash. 2 people caught into the way. It will be the Mountain Shocker released, the zone properly. And it will be RA taken down by SATUL. The first kill for SATUL. And not only this, the roamer being out, it will be an easy turtle coming out for them. Another zone, another skirmish coming in there. Executor Zay goes in. Oh my. Anna falls down. Zeho got the turtle. A lot of things, a lot of events happen there.
Okay, and with that, this first skirmish has come to an end with 2 on the favor of CRQ. They did lose out the turtle though, so the goal deficit is also being handled by them right now with a 500 lead, 600 lead actually to Soul. So looking at the situation now, Lomsanga does get his red buff, so we might be seeing some kind of rotation coming in anytime soon, or on the top side, because Anna is a little low there. Array being poked out, and I think both teams so far just trying to get a read on each other. So nothing really comes out of it yet. You have 4 bodies right now as Anna has come down to make a rotation, but nothing comes out of it. But oh, what's happening on the mid side near the buff? Peekaboo killed off cam by Apex.
This is what you need right now. The roamer leading the way, taking out the mid laner, zoning out properly, and Lomsanga will be getting some backlashes there because of the zone coming in. He might go for the still cable. The Mountain Shocker released as well. There is a tech charge comes up. Twenty goes in, finds the kill onto Apex. Not only that, it will be executed Zay onto Zeho, but Anna, my goodness, the slash comes up, and Lomsanga falls down. Anna with the clutch, and with not only that, it will be the trap down coming out from the side of Crux Requiem here. The bad impact. After and after, again and again, being thrusted onto them, but it will be Executor Zay giving out the final blow onto Anna. And now the Sanguine Claws connected CC onto the Vengeance, but the Radium will be getting shattered down by the side of Team Crux Requiem, and it will be Peekaboo Predator giving out the surprises to the side of SATUL. 6-3 the score is. There is a goal lead of just 316, but with this, Apex will be going in, targeting out the Lomsanga, will be finding a win kill as well, and there you go, the Desert Tornado comes up, double kill will be accumulated by Apex, and he will be taken down in the process as well. Now the turtle comes in.
And the Khalid in the early game giving a lot of value to their side, allowing Jay to actually recover from those two deaths he's taken. Despite that, he is still doing pretty decent in gold. The Uranus picks out the anti-cuirass, while Jay finally gets his war axe. But on the other side, on the top, the Arlord takes away the turret, and it's going to be a pretty comfortable turtle for Lomsanga inside. No contest coming in by SATUL. So, looking at the situation now, Apex knows that he can't pressurize Lomsonga too much, so he's just trying to ensure that he could sneak a couple creeps away here and there. But on the bot side, Ash.
Yeah, a little bit of hope coming in with a yo-yo please comes up as well. There's a onto a fight onto the bow, but we're not going to happen a lot more casualties to the side of IQSATUL at this moment. But look at the position of Peekaboo Predator. But still, Apix finding his way into him, targeting him down there. And this is the main question. Like, whenever you are onto the Hilda or the Khalid, you are really going and targeting out the mid laner, the squishy one. But tech charge comes up. Lomsanga gone for charge. Anna finds his way back with a beautiful shot coming out there. The bad impact coming in with a bad fist. And then Anna falls down. Array goes down as well. 1-for-1. The EXP laner for the Roamer. But there you go. Slayer of HP. And it will be 27 falling down. Radium's rotation comes up. Yo-Yo Bliss coming in as well. The cotton coil is already fallen down with RWM, and it will be a follow from none other than Radium with a double kill onto the day. And with this,
Lomsanga
will be the retaliation by Lomsanga and Peekaboo Predator. What a fight it was! I thought like it started from the side of Crux, but then it went in the favor of Team SATUL.
Yo, Lomsanga with those cables, I mean, we expected a complete turnaround when he got them in that death bush over there. It was his moment to shine, but he failed to connect those cables pretty well. And that allowed Soul to walk away unpunished. Otherwise, you'd be seeing a very different scorecard on this side. 27 would have been avenged, but okay, there's the play coming in. Alice going in with a massive set. Executor gets the kill onto Radium, but there's a re-engage coming in, Ash. But I don't think so. SATUL has any men who are willing to go in against a Grok.
That's a good decision because, you know, like already the Radium has been taken out. But look at that. A little bit of poke coming in. Apex goes in there, but he does have the sand to actually have the mobility into his hand. But this is the first time for me to actually see Executor Zay onto a fighter and he's doing so good at this moment. But there you go, a lot of poke has been done to him and he needs to go back at this moment. The third turtle is here. Already two of them has been grabbed out by Zeho, but can he go for the third one? Let's see. The zone is propered by Doom though, but it will be the Sanguine Claws coming in Array, providing that positioning, providing that zone. But look at that final slash from Anna, setting out the opening, and it will be Radium giving out the final blow onto Peekaboo Predator, and he falls down there with the raising sandstorm comes in. Two people getting caught up, and Executor Zay finds his way onto Apex. 1-for-1, the score is Radium goes in, finds a kill onto Executor Zay at this moment. Redemption comes up, sliver of HP moment, and before he can cast out the cables, he will be taken down by Asuna the goat into the mid lane. And there you go, the Blood comes up, and it will be Radium's last story, final story at the Land of Dawn. 11 for 11 the score is, and in this, the Lord is coming on for IQSATUL at this moment. But there is the zone comes up from Array, and they need to reset the Lord out there because they are really into a fear at this moment because maybe a clutch still comes up. Without Apex, it will not be a wise decision to take out that Lord the dance.
I mean, yeah, it makes perfect sense. A good fight executed by both sides. But we have to understand that Anna is going in with the early set, but he is struggling to stay up in those fights because the kind of targets you're diving into, all of them are either CC immune or you can't really catch them. Like if you jump onto the Fanny, unless you can instantly land your final slash, the Fanny is just going to cable out. Same with the person you can really dive is the CC, but he's constantly protected by 27 inside. Looking at the goal, Jay, despite being taken down twice and no kills on his name with 8 assists, is still leading that gold ranking quite comfortably. And if you see the remaining members on those top 5, most of those members are going to be from IQ or SATUL. So they're doing a really, really great job in managing their economy. And build-wise, Fury Hammers picked up by both sides in terms of both the frontliners off there. Oh, there's a set coming in. Executor caught very low.
But he'll be fine. He'll be going back. But look at Zeho. He's going, chasing him down there, and a lot of damage being dished out by the Executor Zay there. And Tech Charge might comes up. Okay, but knockoff doesn't comes up, and it will be Trenchy going in. Asuna falls down into the hand of Trenchy. There you go. The immune comes up there. GG zoning comes out by Trenchy here, but he needs to retaliate back at this point. The cost of one kill, you didn't trade anything else, so it is actually a good trade, I will say, from the side of CRQ. Yeah, one for naught.
Yep, and the situation now, both teams really dancing around this lord, no team really able to get a significant enough advantage. But if you look at the terms of the turrets on the top side, S8UL do have a problem. They have to ensure that their waves are cleared constantly, because a good amount of pressure has been put in by 27 in terms of sinking those waves up. On the bot side too, you have Array constantly holding the fort down, but that has left a weakness in the mid side. So Peekaboo has to be very careful over there in that situation. Apex lurking for an opportunity. Oh, there's the Mountain Shocker used up, but I think this is just... Oh, the set from Doom!
Tech Charge comes up with a follow-up coming out by Peekaboo Predator, but look at Apex. He's giving out the zone at this moment, but there you go. A little bit of fight comes up with the flicker being popped up. RWM coming in about Asuna busted down Peekaboo. In the meantime, Jo goes in. Array falls down into his hand. Two-man down with Asuna falling down into the hand of Lamsanga. It's a 2-for-1 trade. Steel Cable's coming in. He's getting zoned out at this moment. Mountain Sugar released at this point as well. But look at that, a beautiful dodge out, but no! It will be Jeho securing the kill onto Trenchy, and with this, it will be a 3-for-1 trade coming out from the side of IQSA Duel. They won the fight, and now it's a chance to go for the Lord, but Executor Zay, this guy is sustaining, this guy is surviving there.
And that set from Anna, that final slash catching 3, it was just so good, bro. I mean, he completely turned that fight around. He disrupted Peekaboo, Lomsanga, and 27 from actually going into that fight on time. And that gap was all Asuna needed to go in with that aggressive flicker RWM. And, that decided the fate of CRQ in that team fight. But despite that, despite this goal lead that they have, it's quite negligible. So, Lomsanga and Side can still go in for the Lord. Neither side is really able to tank it up. And speaking of tanking, there's an RWM, another final slash used up.
Okay, but a lot of resources being burned out at this moment. Executor Zay in a sliver of HP moment. He might be taken out, but no, he's got to sustain himself. 27 goes in, finds a kill onto Apex at this moment. Lomsanga comes up as well with a steel cable cutthroat. Oh my goodness, he finds a way onto Jeho at this moment. Two-man down is the Apex and Zeho, the jungler and the roamer from IQ Soul. And now it's a perfect setup for the side of Crux Requiem to actually go for this first Lord here. The 5 members. However, this game is going a little bit late. It is the Sicilian, the godfather of the late game. Peekaboo Predator might be getting that scaling, might be getting that spike into the late side, and it will not be a good case for the side of S8UL.
Yup, and with the level ranking right now, Jay and Lomsong are both hitting that 15. The other members close behind. Both the gold laners catching up soon on 13s, and all the other members on 12. Executor will make his mark after that team fight. Okay, speaking of Executor, once again, he's gonna get marked down, and he will not survive. 27 comes in for a follow-up, but just not enough to keep his teammate alive. And that's one member down before this Lord is up on the top side. So I think S8UL has a lot of lane clear. They have a lot of rush comp. I mean, you can't just dive onto them because you have to watch out for the final slash, the Mountain Shocker, the Raging Sandstorm. So it's not going to be easy at all. And we can see Jay right now. He's got his Brute Force, the Endless, and the Malefic Roar. I mean, all that gold that he's used is being put to good use. On the other end, the War Axe and Rose Gold for Fanny. I mean, pretty interesting, along with the Malefic.
GG, escape coming out from Doom there at a sliver of HP. He managed to go back there, but onto the top side. The Lord does slam down, but before that, they managed to defend it out, cleared it out as well. But this minion flows might gonna give some hard shift, lane pressure towards the side of IQ Soul at this moment. They're kind of lacking that macro securance here because of the team, because of the side of Crux Requiem. Look at them. I mean, they already taken out all those top tier 2 and 1. into the bot side and into the mid side. They already taken out those tier 1s, and there you go. Cutthroat with the steel cables comes up. But there will be no kills, no fatalities coming out from the side of Crux Requiem at this moment. But before that, we're going to see that a little bit of gang been going on. A poke onto 27. 27 getting marked out. Final slash. Anna goes in with a clutch. But there you go. It will be the blood out comes up, but it will be RF falling down into the hand of Radium. Sliver of HP. He doesn't connecting his cables at this moment. RW popped up. Jago goes in there. Anna! Anna! My goodness! What a way he was hiding there. Goes in and give out the final blow onto Lomsanga. 2-man down into the hand of Anna. It is the jungler and the roamer. This time, it is an Uno reverse happen. And now, not only that, Executor is getting trapped down, but he got to use his flicker there, forced out it, and baited down and goes back. But look at the yo-yo pitch. I mean, the damage coming up from Radium there. Apex finds the kill, and with this, Arena Blood comes up as well. It will be the Sanctuary Claws getting connected. Bat Impact, one after one, is coming out from the shots by Peekaboo Predator, but it will be fine. Team IQSATL managed to come back at this point.
Yup, and IQ, S8UL right now, they're doing a really great job in terms of fights. And I cannot say the same about CRQ. Their backline and frontline are a bit scattered. Lomsong are missing cables in the most crucial moments of this fights. And because of that, they do not have the pressure on the backline of S8UL. Asuna and Jeho just having a really fun time taking away that Lord and the HP of their opponents in the fight. So, and at the same time, I mean, like, did you all notice what Doom was building? I think he's going damage.
I think so. He's going a little bit of damage.
Yeah, he's going full physical defense. Yeah, he's like defense stacking, physical defense stacking. Got one Dom. It's the Malefic and the Hepta, which is why I was confused. I mean, how is Doom hitting out so much? And looking in terms of the heal ranking, we have so many sustained heroes, but it's all in favor of 27 and Execute. I mean, those guys are sustaining like mad. With the Lord marching on the mid side, Ash, will it crash?
Tier 2 falls down. Monoshocker released. They're zoning out properly. And now with the final slash goes in there. People caught up. RW popping up over. Apex goes in. Peekaboo falls down. And with this, it will be 27 going in. And Anna will be taken out by 27. Yo-Yo Bliss coming out there. They need to take out that mid-tier inhibitor. And with this, Lomsanga goes in, but got a lot of damage and will be taken out with the last blow from Jeho. The last shot, and with this, Executor Zay falls down into the hand of Radium. And Team IQSATUL are totally setting up the momentum in this game. The equilibrium is already over. It is IQSATUL who are right now claiming the game into their side by taking out the inhibitor. They open the nexus for them, and with this, a final blow comes onto Doom. He falls down there, and it's only 27 sustaining out. 4 members trapping him up before he can cast out the blood out. He will be taken out by the mid goat. Asuna with this RWM coming in as well. Apex cornering down there. The Peekaboo Predator, he goes back, but they look at Miho giving out the damage. Need to lock down the base. They need to claim the throne, but they literally got interested onto the kill for on Peekaboo Predator. Now the 3-man comes up back into the game, and with this, Asuna falls down into the hand of Executor Zay. Is kind of dealing a lot of damage onto Asuna at this moment. Trapping down is been going on. Sliver of HP, Raising Sandstorm will be missed out, and the Flicker will be baited on as well. There will be the Bat Impact with the Sandguard coming in as well. He does have a immortality. He can go back as well. A little bit of damage also coming out from that Wishing Lantern.
Yup, and that was a very intense base defense coming in from their side. I mean, Peekaboo pulling off an absolute miracle right there. He somehow was able to handle it right now. And IQ S8UL is still gonna have to hold on and, you know, siege for another Lord. The gold lead right now, 6k, and it's not the situation yet where the gold lead doesn't matter. It still very much does. The items are in favor of Asuna inside. I think Asuna is almost full build. Jay is definitely at full build. So, yep, okay. If Apex has got his final item, I think, yeah, everyone has got to full build on the side of S8UL. Radium right now, 12.8k. And look at the damage taken by Executor, man. The game is not done yet, and he's touching the 400k mark. So, it is a very intense match. There's a lot of damage being taken up by both sides. But in terms of the split the damage being dealt is being dealt on the wrong targets. Oh, Lomsanga!
Okay, that Lamsanga goes in there. Asuna falls down at this moment. Slain happen as well, but look at that.
No,
It will be Epic targeting out Peekaboo Predator from this 5 men, and he will be taking him out as well. And with the Bloodhouse Elf, it will be 27 going back into the safer zone. But at this moment, do you think Team IQ Seoul will go for that Lord here? Because they do have 4 members, and Asuna is kind of absent here. And
To
giving
be
out the zone.
honest, they could have actually just easily gone in mid-end because they have no lane clear from the side of CR Cube without Peekaboo. That's the only person who can clear the lane. Okay, and they managed to delay, and yeah, they just bought themselves time right now. If they do this one more time, it's gonna again go into an even situation. And IQ Soul, just I feel like they just threw that advantage they had. They had a possible opportunity to end because the CC was not there in the fight.
Oi, Flicker, final slash smash. GG dodge comes up, and with this, you can see that Lord Dance already started from SATUL. They might be resetting it out as well. Yep.
Yep. And looking at the situation right now, the Lord Dance is not stopping anytime soon. Both sides are still trying to find a possible opportunity to get in. Okay, there's a swap coming in. He does get his Blood Wings. Asuna is going to be a lot harder to catch. He's going to kite a lot more in this fight. So, Lomsanga already having a few bad moments in terms of his performance. It's not the Lomsanga we've usually seen in the jungle. So his cables now have to be absolutely perfect. Oh, is that a possible dive? Oh,
Yeah,
no, he's been
the
spotted
Monster
out.
After release, the zone comes up, and Lomsanga finds his way back. That's a nice decision. I mean, Apex was also there to zone you out, so you would have probably fall out into the trap of IQ Soul at this moment. Look at the zone coming out from Apex. He's so much eager to go on to Peekaboo Predator at this moment. Every time in each and every fight, he finds his way onto the backliner. He knows like the only damage dealer out there after Lomsanga, it is the Peekaboo Predator. But there you go, a fight comes up. Executor Z is right now in a sliver of HP, but he will be reasoning out as well. And that was the
Why was
Desert Tornado.
Peekaboo that deep, man? Why was the Sicilian that deep? And why did SATUL not punish him for that error? That could have just been a game-ending play, over there. Mistake on both sides. One making the mistake and one failing to capitalize on that error. So 27 is going to still be leading them from their side. And looking at the itemization, I think Fanny going in for like almost semi-tanky at this point. Oh, he has sold the boots. Fanny does not want a retry at all. Those are no boots on the Fanny. It's only an immo.
Yeah, I don't know what was his plan at this moment, but it is more like he don't want that objective into his side. This is the first time I'm seeing a retribution holder.
They want to just not. They're like, we're not gonna take that Lord until we get a kill anyway, and I will obviously just sell it afterwards. My God, look at the damage from Radium. Are just got shredded to half HP, and this guy, by the way, is fully a physical defense stacking.
Once again, cutting over off guard there, but it will be a take charge coming out as well. The blood out being used, and now 27 falling down. Immortality popped up. Yoyop is coming in. Flicker used as well, but into the backline, we're gonna see that Peekaboo Predator being getting targeted. Double being secured by none other than Asuna. The Winter Crown popped up, and Peekaboo Predator somehow managed to dodge everything out and goes back. But it will be there's a tornado might comes up at this moment. The Yo-Yo Blizz is coming in. Immune being used. Sanguine Claws being used as well. It's with the Batfist coming in. And the Vengeance popped up. 4 members are right now entering into the nemesis of Crux. But look at that RWM popping over there. Lomsanga goes for the fight. But he will be coming back with the steel cable's help. But there you go. It will be the Bat Impact taking out 2 immortality at a time. And Radiant falls down with the double into the hand of J-Ho. My goodness. This is what Peekaboo Predator can do in the late game. The godfather of the late game. Sicilian is arising, and I told you.
And they just got a free turret on the bot side because SATUL was so busy trying to siege their opponent. They did not pay attention to the bot side minions. Anna was like, remember at the top when Peekaboo was escaping from Anna with that Winter Crown play? At that moment, those minions start crashing down because Anna left it to go and siege mid. That just gave them a free inhibitor, and now SATUL can't rotate so aggressively because there is a potential for backdoor. Because there's one thing Lomsanga can do, even if he's not able to effectively solo a Lord,
He can backdoor for sure, but look at the amount of work Executor's putting in, single-handedly zoning them away from that Lord.
And it will be a lot for the side of Team Crux Requiem, and kudos to Executor Zay for the zoning. I mean, otherwise it could have been a retribution battle, and Lamsanga would have lost because he doesn't have the boots into his hand. I mean, that was the idea, but the fight into the base. Do you think that it was a little bit aggressive from the side of IQ Soul? They could have gone for the Lord before that fight, because it is Peekaboo Predator we're talking about. He does have the flicker, he does have the immortality. He's going for the Beaten Crown as well. He's dodging out each and every fight because he is the most vulnerable one from the side of Crux Requiem. He's getting targeted again and again. The Apex is the one targeting him out every time in each and every fight. But now the Lord entering into the Nemesis for Soul. Uno reverse happened here, and with this the raging sandstorm just comes up as well. Peekaboo Predator still sustaining out with a bad fist, and it will be an easy Lord defender might be coming out from the side of IQ Soul, but before that they're actually going on to the mid tier 1, and it will be taken out. The inhibitor falls down without of them coming in there. Lord standing in the hallway, and it will be a lot of damage being coming on. Immortality popped up and killing spree on to 27 by Asuna. But there you go, they're locking down the base. Array falls down in the meantime. We're gonna see that Peekaboo Predator might goes down as well. Anna chasing him up. Final Slash comes up. He does have the immortality onto his side, but he's getting cornered by 2 members. Apex goes in. Desert Tornado comes up. Immortality popped up. He bought the Winter Crown there. He will be using it out, but doesn't matter. It will be IQ Soul Apex who will be giving out the final blow onto the Peekaboo Predator, and it's just 27 and not 27, is just Executor Zay and Lomsanga standing out there. The minion flow is coming in. It might be the final push coming out from the side of IQ Soul at this moment. They're going for the fight here. Steel Cable with the cutthroat comes up. Immortality popped up for Executor Zay. He's standing out there. He might be taking out RWM coming in there. Mega kill from Asuna. Beautifully done. 4 member down from the side of Crux Requiem. Everything got changed. And it will be Team IQ Soul right now going for that final push. The Nemesis is totally open. He's Fanny might go for appearance onto the minions, but he will be taken down in the process. Anna, the final blown. Yep, it will be from the Anna. And with this, the base will be shattered. And Apex IQ Soul will be taking out the points in this BO3 series with a 1-0 lead. Victory for them.
And that was a game for sure. That was a very, very exciting watch on both sides. A lot of drama, a lot of errors, a lot of forced errors. But the only thing I want to talk about is before that very end, why did this side, why did 27 go in for that dot HP immobilize onto the Aegis, when CRX was sieging? I mean, they could have still just taken up that top tier inhibitor, exposed all the 3 inhibs, just like as how SATUL has done, and they could have held on for another few lords because they had a comfortable late game. Ceci was just too hot to handle. But the MVP of this game is definitely going to be Asuna with an 87% KP. Look at the damage taken by this man. It looks like he's done a little bit of everything. He's got gold, he's dead damage, he's taken it, and he's also pushed the turret a good amount. So definitely really, really good performance coming in by Asuna, as he has led his side to victory. And look at Jace KD, man. I mean, 23 assists. I mean, this guy is the wingman for the team. The assassin being the wingman that hits different.
Of course. And now it's time for, we're going to talk about the KDA. It is kind of 50-50, you can say, but both these sides. But that Lord, I mean, that was so important for Crux Requiem. They find it in their way. It was Executors. They were zoning out properly into the red bush. But then what happened? I might think a little bit of, synergy and wrong decisions come out from some of the members of Crux Requiem. Peekaboo Predator was sustaining out properly, but then he got cornered down by Anna and Apex there. And having only Lamsanga and Executor Zay, that too onto a fighter goal, they might not gonna survive. They might not gonna defend out the base, but it's just the first game. It was a good game. Crux Requiem really gave a hard fight to the side of IQ Soul. But look at that damage deal. What a way. Anna and Asuna. These 2 guys literally carried the whole game for IQ SATUL. So do Jeho, having those macro objectives for his side. but this is more onto the macro thing, I believe, because it was like from the beginning, CRQ was having that macro lead, but then it was Team IQ Soul who managed to take out all those inhibitors. Head-to-head comes up 8-4-13 from Radium, whereas 7-6-6 Executors A fall behind a lot, but he was in a sustained mode. But this is what the battle of Jungler, the battle of Retrieve we're going to talk about. 3-4-23 with 3 turtles and 2 lords to his side, whereas it's only 1 lord for the Lomsanga, and there you go, Peekaboo Predator versus Asuna. I'll say this is a 50-50 battle, even though Asuna is having that 9-4-18 KD, but Peekaboo Predator was one of the main member from CRQ to make this match into a 27-minute, 22 seconds far. And now we're going to talk about the two roamers, Baldudu. This is obviously, whom do you going to say who was in the best league? Because Doom's build was totally different from Epic's.
Definitely. I mean, a completely different type of build, type of approach to the game. Apex was going more in on the backline and putting a little pressure. And if you look at the EXP matchup, 27 and Anna, both of them very, very, very crucial to their sides. But at the end, the edge was coming out from Anna with those final slashes. From the beginning, he was doing it all. And yep, Wingman there, Jeho, Sand, oh my god, 550k plus damage taken in by that Executor. And yet, they failed to capitalize on the win. And crazy stats coming in for real, Bhai. If you look at how well they have performed, the Uranus did do a lot of work, but at the end of the day, there's no point in taking all that damage if you can't really capitalize on the victory. Peekaboo really needs to focus on those. He went in too deep too many times. I mean, you are the main carry of your team. You're the soul of CRQ against S8UL, and he went in too deep. So that was a major error that came in from the side of CRQ. They went in a little too deep. They got a little too impatient. For a team that has held on a losing side from like minute 10, you have been patient. You have delayed lords. You have pulled off a miracle-based defense already once or twice against S8UL. Why was the need to rush that lord? So now we have to see, S8UL has already got their first point in their very first game of the round robin stage. So that's a very good start for them. And the Steam engine has picked up steam. We've always seen S8UL, IQ S8UL. They have their first game look very rough. We see a lot of viewers also have a few doubts on whether this team will really the same S8UL they know from way before when it was ABM. But, they've never disappointed. So we're curious to see how will, now that they've got that head start, will they maintain it for a clean sweep, or will Crux Requiem steal it back from under their noses?
Maybe we're not sure about it, but we are sure about one thing, Baldudu. It is the 10,000 diamonds giveaway right now going at War Drum Games in Mythic Showdown Season 2. And you know what you have to do. You have to make us reach on to 500 likes. So guys, not only show your support into the viewers section, but please show your support to the subscribe section and to the like as well, because your liking the stream will help us, help the viewers to actually grab up those 100 diamonds each for 100 lucky winners. And you do have to join our Discord server to get more info about it, and our social handles to get more info about the tournament, about the LAN, which is going to happen at Guwahati. But let's currently enter into the draft phase for the second game. It is IQ S8UL versus Crux Requiem right now, going at War Drum Esports. And the crazy stuff is Team S8UL was playing their first game at the round robin stage, and as my friend mentioned, the engine already started to steam up. It's starting to getting heat up at this moment, and they might gonna go with the flow and take up the second game with a 2-0 clean sweep, or are we gonna see a reverse sweep from Crux Requiem, because Peekaboo Predator might gonna rectify his mistake from the first game and might gonna come back in this game. But Anna, will he be the one again cornering out the Peekaboo, or we're gonna see some outplays this time? Let's see what will be happening, but let's talk about the draft first. The first planning phase is already here, and we're gonna see the bans onto the Lancelot. Ishan, Shen, and Fedor in a totally J-centric ban.
Yup, and Jay has, he's lost the YSS, the Lance, and the Fred is also being taken out right now. So what is next is
Hayabusa.
the
Suyu.
Hayabusa is left. Not
Does
the
have a big
Suyu
hero
maybe.
pool, man.
Yeah, I mean the issue is not about the hero pool. It's what are you gonna pair it with? You can't really
Yeah.
pair the Hayabusa that well with some of the other picks. And once again, this time CRQ is going to steal away the Eve from S8UL. They're going to take the Eve for themselves. Peekaboo this time is going to be taking up the Eve, and he has to be a little more careful in terms of how is he going to play it, because we've seen what happens last time. And like you mentioned, Ash, he is going to go for the Hayabusa. Does not want to wait at all at all for the Hayabusa pick, and he locks it up instantly. Interestingly, CRQ could go for a Eve and Claude combo, because we've seen how it worked yesterday. It worked against them, in fact. They completely collapsed under a Claude and a Eve combo from EVT. So they could use it this time and, give S8 IQ S8UL the same treatment. But Apex picks up the Grok stolen away from Array, and Array picks up the Gato this time, and he has been doing really great on this. So both sides having pretty strong comfort picks, meta picks for their each send. I'm curious to see what will Lomsanga go in the jungle, because the Fanny did not work out for him, and I think the Fanny against a Hayabusa or it's the Balmond in the jungle. Okay.
Bro, I was not expecting this. I was really not expecting a Balman here into the jungle side, because even though it is into the buff phase right now, but still, like against a Hayabusa, it will not get easy for you to secure those macro objectives. They do have a Grok into their side, and in the early phase of the game, I believe the Balman will have a lot of backlashes, and that might gonna affect the whole team, because you are the carrier, you are the jungler, you need to carry the game, and with a Balman, it's okay in the rank, but not sure about the community scene. That too against one of the best team of India, that is IQ Soul. So let's see. They may be having a strategy here, Baldudu. We are not sure about it. But the banning phase, the second one coming in, and before that, the last pick from Asuna, it will be a Valentina. But RWM, okay, AOG, and what more gonna get copied out with IMU now?
Yup, and there it is. The Valentina pick by Asuna. I mean, he does great with it, and the lethal counter would actually be a good response to the pick that CRQ is running right now. I mean, but you have to get close, and do you really want to get that close to a Eve, Gato, or a Balmond? I mean, it's a risky position to put yourself in. I would have probably expected Asuna to go in for Lunox, and then Radium and Anti would go for the CC and other picks, but both of these have been taken out by IQ Soul themselves. So since they can't do that, I guess they're gonna give Radium one of his Harith maybe, or the Natan. He could go for that either. So I'm curious to see what they're gonna do, because Anti right now does not have many options in the EXP lane, neither to 27, because you've had the Yuzong taken out, you've had the CC taken out, the Lapu is off, Uranus is also banned now, so you only have the Esmeralda left. The Esmeralda, the Arlot, maybe an Xborg, you could go in for a possible Glue. Glue is still pretty much open. Glue could work.
Yeah, but if if you're going for the Xbox, if you're going for that Esmeralda, it's so much vulnerable to that Valentina, because he might gonna copy out your ultimate and gonna use it on you. So I'll not suggest it. I'll suggest a proper gold MM, because Executor Zay is known for those picks. He's known for his Moskov. He's known for his Granger. I don't know why he went for the Uranus last time, maybe because of the sustain. But then Doom has to go with a little bit damage bill, and that was not working. That was a moment, if you remember, Baldudu, a Yo-Yo Blaze just got casted onto Doom, and Radium managed to trash out half of the health from Dooms. So that was the moment I was abstract by that thing. That was really killed me inside, that why this guy is onto a damage build. Even though you have two sustain into your side, even though you have a Alice, even though you have a Uranus into your side, but doesn't matter. You are the roamer. You will be giving out the setups with the tech charge. Uranus not gonna giving out the setups. Alice gonna give out the setups, but after you cast out the tech charge, he might comes up for the win. But you were getting thrashed out by the damage. So that was actually not a bravest decision coming out from Doom at this moment. But let's see what Apex gonna build out. Will he go for a proper tanky build with a Grok, or with a damage plus like sustain with the help of the dominance, or maybe with the help of Athena?
So Jay has the Hayabusa, Anti has gone in for the Martis, and technically you'd usually see the Martis in the in the gold lane, in the jungle. Actually, we see Martis in the jungle a lot. I'm being seeing it in other tournaments too. The Martis is being flexed as a jungle / EXP, and the only issue is that since IQ Soul has picked up the Martis, they have forgotten the fact that you already have Martis, Valentina, and Jay. All of them are giving up dashes. And who thrives on that? The Astronaut himself, the Pillar, the Monolith, the Phobius, picked up by 27. And they round off their draft with some more range damage in late game, with Executor picking up that Granger. I would have probably not preferred the Granger. I think a carry would have been much better in terms of mobility and melt, considering IQ, Soul have, SATUL have literally 5 frontliners in the sense, because Valentina is pretty, basically is pretty tanky for a mage. I mean, she gets a good amount of physical defense and attack inherited from her passive, so she scales pretty well off that.
Let's see. The picks are already set here, and we're entering into the round shortly. But before that, let's talk about the pick-off comps, which is the AOG and the Infinite Pursuit. It might gonna give some hardship to the Hayabusa though, but at the same time, this Infinite Pursuit and AOG might gonna grab on by Asuna as well. So this is the thing you said, like all of them are a little bit tanky, and it's just the Hayabusa who will be the burst here, with the Valentina as well though. But talking about that Martis pick, Anna onto no, it's not Anna. Anti is back though. Anti is back into the second game. They already done that substitution here, and it is a Martis EXP. So I mean, we have seen Martis jungler in this scene, but this is the first time I'm going to see a Martis EXP in an Indian scene, of course, because it's already been there in the international scene, but in an Indian scene, this is the first time we all gonna witness this Martis EXP. It is more onto the burst, so do onto the like a little bit sustain as well. But if he is going for that Sky Piercer with War Axe, or maybe with a Hepta Seed, might be onto the penetration build. Let's see. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Land of Dawn for the game number 2 between Team IQ Soul versus Team CRQ Crux, Requiem, and the score is 1-0 right now, with a lead onto the side of IQ Soul. Let's see if this match goes into the favor of IQ Soul with a 2-0 clean sweep, or Crux, Requiem still have the blood to make their comeback in this BO3 series.
Okay, and the game has begun already. Asuna putting down a little poke onto Array. He is going to be taken low in the very first minute of the match itself. And walk us through the emblems, Ash. What do you think is something, especially that Martis, what do you think about that? The killing spree on him.
I mean, I think he really wants to go that damage build. That's what the Rupture as well. If you see the Rupture, the Killing Spree, and the Festival of Blood, it is totally, I mean, he wants that bloodlust kind of thing. He really needs a Savage at this moment, I believe. If he goes for that Sky Piercer, he might gonna pick up that Savage, but I'm going to miss Anna for sure. The setups Anna was giving with his Arlot will not be present in this match, so let's see what will be going in, but it will be a steal onto that Beetle.
Yup, and I'm kind of surprised. I mean, both sides have a decentish early game, but I think in terms of wave control, I feel CRQ has a better chance in terms of comfortably taking away a lane without getting ganked out too much. But on the other side, the turtle can be contested much better by this guy Jay on that Hayabusa. He has the quad shadow, he has the OEG shadow kill. He can pop that red tree while technically immune from any damage. So it is pretty good for them. But there's the engage coming in. Apex, Anti, Martis, Jeho, all of them jumping in for the fight. And they steal away Lord Control, pushing Lomsanga out of this fight. Gets interrupted. Lomsanga still forcing the issue. But the turtle has been reset. There's the Balmont spinning around, not going to be interrupted by anything in the world. But Array forced to use up the revitalize. Lomsanga pushed away from this fight. They lead the counter with the red, but it's Jay with the retribution who will stand tall. A massive set coming in by Apex. The tech charge. It's all perfect. Apex and side completely in control. Executor gets the response on Asuna. He makes it too. They clap back. But the favor completely is gonna be all about IQO 8 S8UL as Jay hits his level 6 with Executor close behind on 5, but Lomsanga nowhere in the race, still at level 4.
That was a nice gank, you can say. 2 for 2 the score is, but the turtle goes into the side of IQ Soul. They got the macro into their hand at this moment. And now there is the goal lead of a slight, you can say, this is not even like a goal lead, proper goal lead, but still, I mean, I was thinking that it might be IQ Soul who will have having that early game control into their side, but then Executor Z comes up. Quad Shadow being used. Okay, AOG up there, stay. He goes into the back zone.
Defensive AOG used up.
Of course, and that was a nice choice because, like, rather than taking off a fight and giving that goal out to Jeho, you should make sure that you play safe at this point, because last time it was like a lot of kills being thrown to the side of IQ Soul that gave them the spike and gold lead onto you, and that was the main reason they went for all those macros, and in the end they take over the game. But as this Martis pick and Balmont pick is a little bit of like off meta pick, even though Martis is right now got the buff, but still into the EXP it's not so frequent. We're gonna see that.
Apex with the tech charge coming in. There's the Star Moon dance coming in. Jay dives in and backs off instantly. But a huge set by Peekaboo and 27 as Executor gets the killing spree on Grok, makes it 2 on to Anti, and that is all he wrote as Executor reaps the lives with the violin. The Death Sonata rings true as the scoreboard now in control of CRQ as they get their first turtle and increase that goal lead to the 1500 mark.
Beautifully played by Executors. They waited for the perfect moment, went in there and give out those final blows, and stacking up right now his Sky Piercer. I told you this guy is so good with his Martis, with his Ranger, but now a corner comes up, use the Quad Shadow to go back there. Does he found that Lava Golem?
Peekaboo and Executor right now, man. They're doing so good, but they're Array holding on to a taunt. Will they go? Anti does pick up the Sky Piercer as his first item. I mean, that's a very brave move coming in. Executor dashes away from the Grok's wall. Peekaboo there, caught down a little low. Array, what are you doing there that deep in? And will they be trying to punish him? Yes, they definitely should try, as Asuna does have the lethal counter copied up. Oh, there's the flick, there's the set, but the RWM is going to keep him alive as a taunt from Array is going to catch off Apex. His own set is going to backfire as they will get another kill onto the Grok. Apex down twice in the first 5 minutes of this game, and he is just not having a good time against Array and Peekaboo. They're making him dance to the administrations.
Not really having a good time at this moment, and this is the thing we were talking about from the very beginning, that it might be the Sky Piercer pick for the Martis, the Anti, but another setup coming in. Okay, he will use his Mortal Coil for the defense, but this is the thing I want to ask you, Baldudu. 2 Sky Piercer I saw into the hand of Asuna and Anti. Do you believe that 2 Sky Piercer is the right thing to do at this moment? Because, like, you're really making it, splitting it into a half, the stacks. So it's not favoring a single one to getting the spike into his hand, or you can say But there you go, a little bit of poke coming in. Jeho goes in there with the help of the quad shadow. Turtle spawned in to the map. And this is the third turtle. Already one has been taken out by IQ Soul and one has been taken out by Crux as well. 1-for-1, and now the third one is getting contested out. But it's with the quad shadow being used and Richie popped up. Lomsaga got
goes in.
another fight coming in.
There's the set coming in, but oh no, Radium caught in the back of it all. Apex and Radium, but they're gonna back off. But there's a concealed play coming in, back in 27. And AOG, monster kill picked up by Executor, but they're not gonna get that kill on Asuna. He walks back with his life. Jay dashes in with that quad shadow, trying to get that kill on Peekaboo, but it's not gonna happen. But oh, Radium over there, very sneaky. Starmoon will get the kill on Peekaboo. You cannot be doing that. You can't be playing that aggressive. You can't be recalling in such a precarious position, allowing the side of Radium and team to get a clap back. IQ Soul get their first kill on that scoreboard after such a long time, and that's a big breather for them. Okay, Apex, will they go in for another set? There's a Starboon setup coming in by Radium, but there is Lomsonga to ensure they don't push their luck. And Ash, speaking about that question you asked me, why the two Sky Piercers? I think the question is simply because Martis needs his, he's going to use his ult and execute. Simple as that. He's going to stack from there. And Asuna is copying the, lethal counter from the Balmond, which is another execute. So technically, there's no splitting off stacks because if Anti is not going to get the stacks, Asuna is going to go and try cleaning up after him. So I guess they're probably going to follow a sequence of who gets priority on the kills. But because of that, I don't think we're going to be seeing Jay pick up the Sky Piercer this time. But as we speak, Are going in a little deep with the taunt. Will not going to go, he's not going to go that deep yet. He's going to hold on for now. They know that Lord is popping up in the next 15 seconds. And do you think CRQ can take it comfortably?
I think so, because it's more like, a 7-4 the score is with a almost 4K goal lead you have. So, the setups will be clear, but you're winning the team fights. You already know that. And there is a Valentina. They're not going to give out a lot of burst with the Valentina's help. They they're going to make sure that they will be having that AOG setup for onto you, but still damage spike. It is into the hand of Team Crux Requiem right now because of Executor Zay. Guy is unkillable at this point. 601, not even touched for once. And there you go, Rhapsody coming in.
Oh, who's gonna get that Lord? It's gonna be Jay. No, it's Anti who somehow gets it against two retributions, against the lethal counter, against all odds. It's gonna be Peekaboo who gets the kill on Apex, trying to buy something back for them as Executor, and Anti going in so deep under the turret. He's not gonna make it out with his life, but he does the job, gets the shutdown, stops Executor from his domination in the land of Dawn. And now Jay is, despite not getting the Lord, he was able to rely on Anti to get the Lord for them. And the clapback from IQO S8UL is back. The steam engine is back on track, and we will see if CRQ can do this defense. They can do their justice to this defense, reduce the damage and reduce the impact from this Lord Steel from right under their eyes.
Lord marching on to the top side at this moment, and the second tier is vulnerable to taken down, as well as into the mid side. We're gonna see the lane pressure coming in. That was a perfect clutch steal from Anti. We're not against all odds, as my friend said. Like 2 retribution, everything was set up for Crux and IQ Soul jungler, but then it was out of syllabus. Anti goes in with the mortal coil. Anti picked up the Lord there with the claws. And now you're gonna see that infernal first
going into an engage. There's the RWM using up. Lomsonga gets the kill on Asuna. The lethal counter can be stolen by you. You might be him, but you're not Lomsonga, as the original lethal counter is gonna get the kill for their side. And Lomsonga finally finds himself onto the scoreboard with his first kill on the map. It's not been a great game for him so far with that Lord loss, that he is contributing to his team in his own way. And with that, the tempo again dictated by CRQ, S8UL pushed back into their own jungle once again. And, what do you think either team needs to close this out? Like, who do you think is the carry from each team?
Yeah, people are really wanting Team Crux Requiem to win this game, because who doesn't want to see IQ Soul for a third match decider? Who doesn't want to see a tiebreaker in this BO3 series? And so far, I can say it is a 50-50 setup for both these sides, because you might be saying, like, into the micro, it is Team Crux Requiem, into the gold, it is Team Crux Requiem, into the macro as well. They already taken out all those tier ones, but the same has been done to them as well. So, but IQ Soul is also giving out that competition at this moment. 12-minute mark comes up. All the Holy Blessing goes up as well. RWM popping in there. A lot of damage being dished out by Requiem.
Oh, what is that? Coming in by Apex, catches 4 with the tech charge, but there is no follow-up. Jay comes in with the quad shadow, finally uses up the OG shadow kill. Executor is going to be defensively protected by the AOG as he gets the kill onto Apex. Anti still going in the midst of it all. The wind of nature keeps him alive as Asuna is going to escort them back to safety. And despite all of those amazing sets coming out by Apex, he's the only one in this fight to lose his life.
Yeah, and look at Executor Zay, the way he's dodging out, the way he's positioning himself in each and every fight. You need to embrace it, man. I mean, he is not getting caught out anyhow. Anti was the only one who managed to keep him down. But now, another Lord contest.
Lomsanga will get this Lord finally as Jay coming in with the OG Shadow kill, trying to get that damage as much as possible. Executor is gonna go and get back to safety, but no, he doesn't want to go out just yet. They get the kill onto Anti. Radium somehow sustaining against it all as Asuna is getting caught out by 27. The jumps, the monolith, the eye of the Astaroth, too much to handle. He's still in this fight, still surviving, still sustaining, but not for long as the tech charge will take him down. Apex ringing the bell onto the life of 27.
I mean, Baldudu, just embrace this thing that is 27 is playing Phobius against a player who has a 100% win rate in Phobius in the tournament scenario. That is Anti, and gapping him out there, taking him down there. It is so like fairy tale kind of thing, I can say. It is so mythical kind of thing, because this is Mythic Showdown and you're gonna see this type of things. But guys, I really need you guys to like the stream at this point, because we need to reach out 500 to embrace the giveaway. But at this moment, the Lord marching onto the top side. Last time it was Anti, clutched it out for IQ SATUL, but this time it is Crux Requiem side. The Lord will be approaching into the mid tier 2, and we might gonna see a proper fight. The aggression come up.
Oh, there's the RWM used up, but it was just to get the zone, and that's a big resource. You popped for a turtle, for a Lord, the turret that you're gonna get anyway. Will they manage to succeed in crashing that Lord? Yes, they do, and that's all they need for now. It's the 14-minute mark. The Lord chunked down to half HP, but Anti, such a sneaky man in the mid lane, steals out those minions before they crash the base, and that's pretty good for them right now. S8UL trying to do their best to even out that goal lead, to buy themselves some time, because Executor right now is farming like a man on steroids, 762 gold per minute constantly. And surprisingly, the most damage is not dealt by Executor, it is 27. It's 27 with the Phobius crashing onto everyone who's doing the most damage.
128 the KDA is, and this time I believe, like, we don't know, we're not sure. It is Anti we're talking about. He's also one of the EXP standard of India. We always say this thing, and he might make sure that he might gonna come back in this game 2-for-1 with the Martis. He might gonna go for that decimation spree, or you can say decimation killing spree, because he needs that. He went for the Sky Piercer to grab up that Maniac or Savage, or a triple kill at least. At this moment, there's more like Crux Requiem managing to make sure that this game should be get controlled by them, and it's a almost 1k goal lead, not a big one. It might be get recuperated easily by the side of Soul, but at the same time, you're gonna see the third Lord coming in, and before that, a fight being approached by the side of Team IQ Speedwell.
The wall is stopping them from pushing their luck, but there's the AOG not going to connect onto anyone as Jay. Quad shadows out from the back, 27 in the midst of it all, diving into the back line, suppressing Anti in this fight as Asuna and Anti will fall back. But Jay, where have you gone? You're going in too deep. They're going to chase him out and they're going to catch him as Executor buys himself some more stacks on that Sky Piercer. As this Lord is up, S8UL have lost out their only retribution. You do have the lethal counter on Asuna, but I think he has stolen away the AOG instead. So Radium and Anti have to pull off a miracle. Can they do the steal once more? It's going to be Lomsanga this time who gets it. They catch out, executed. His immortality has been baited out, and Asuna will get the kill. The game is still ongoing. Radium still going into this fight. Apex being chased down left and right. Will 27 jump in? Yes, he gets the kill. He's still in this all. Diving once again with the Astaroth Eye. The passive stacking left and right. Will he get the kill onto Anti, or will the Decimate ring true? Okay, Lomsanga going in for the fight. No, they're going to go on to Radium just yet. This fight is not stopping. Both these sides sustaining left and right. The amount of heal each team is bringing to the table is just too much to handle.
He comes up back into the scene, and now he'll be defending that Lord out there. But this fight is still going in. It was a 4-minute fight, believe me, guys. 4-minute fight before the Lord is started. After the Lord, it is continuing. And onto the bot side, you're going to see those minions marching inside the tier, giving out the lane pressure to the side of IQ Soul at this moment. And that was a beauty move, you can say, from Asuna. He targeted out Executor Z, because like the man with the bullets, it is Executor Z. In the era of Fighter he's playing out the Granger and doing hella lot things. But AOG, okay, that's a disengager though. He just
Okay, they
managed
should
to
actually
take
held
over.
on to that. Oh, there's a set coming in from Radium. 27 trying to zone the backline away as Jay goes in with the quad shadow. Nearly gets Lomsanga, but that is not the case. He lives to see another day. They have to back off from the blue buff as 27 again dives back in with the Astaroth Eye. The passive, who's going to get the blue? We cannot just see it as RA uses up the Revitalize, but 27 is going to back off with almost full HP. It did look like this guy was in a fight even for a second.
Yeah. I mean, I thought like it might be a retaliation from Crux Requiem, but they managed to sustain it out somehow. And IQ Soul was about to give them a little bit hardship into that fight, but that was a good dodge come out from the side of team, Crux Requiem. But right now, what IQ Soul really need? It's a Lord still, but it's a perfect Lord into their hand, because the last time they managed to steal it out, the game was kind of in 50-50, but currently the game is totally into the hand of Crux Requiem. If they are going for this slot, it might not be easy for IQ Soul to actually defend it up, but holding the game will be the best thing IQ Soul can actually do. But the main thing is, who gonna give out that carry thing from the side of IQ Soul? Will it be Radium with the Esmeralda? We have seen Fate with the Esmeralda carrying out his team Sacred Shrine, but Radium with his Esmeralda. He does done beautiful setups in the last game with the CC, but this time he really getting that sustained vibe, not the aggressive one. It is more like Anti and Asuna who are going that aggressive setups, but not getting that finishing onto the Crux Requiem members. But now the fourth Lord is here into the Land of Dawn. Already 2 has been taken out by CRQ, 1 has been taken out by Anti with a clutch tail, and now it's time for this fourth Lord. And nobody is interested in it. It's just a Radium with the zoning coming out there into the bush, and we're gonna see the Mortal Coil being used to clear out the mid lane minions.
And viewers, I would like to bring to your attention, just watch the minions, the way S8UL and Anti, look at Jay and Anti right now. Both of them are gonna steal those minions away, and that's going to put pressure on the side of CRQ because the fight is still ongoing, and we know for a fact Radium and Apex will be able to sustain it pretty easily, and they're still at the minions. Look at that, they baited out an RWM. They also cleaned up the minions, they staggered the minions in their favor. And viewers, this is what separates the macro, as now Jay comes into the fight. He uses up the OG Shadow Kill, he backs off, he's gonna still continue as 27 and Radium are gonna be dishing it out against each other. The fight is still ongoing, but now the minions, look at the position of the minions. The next wave is in, and it's now crashing further in towards their objectives.
Zeho with the split push.
This is the macro I was talking about, viewers. This is what a team needs to do, because if they know they can't contest that Lord in time, they're gonna go and sink the waves. And again, Haya is there in time for the Lord. Alarm Sangha is again zoned away. Will Anti, will Apex get it? Who's it? It's gonna be Jay with the retribution. They do it. They pull it off. S8UL with that perfect Lord they needed. They get the kill on 27. Doom is down. He's pulled back. He's pushed back. Aslam Sangha only gets his blue. You got the blue, but at what cost? The Azure buff is not the Lord.
Yeah, this is so bad for the side of Crux. I told you this slot might gonna define what will be happening in the late game for SATUL, and now it is Team SATUL back into the line, back into the track, online in this game. They are really into that macro sequence at this point. Jay goes in and he'll becomes back as well. I thought he might gonna go for that clearance onto the lane, but onto the top side, the Lord marching in and clearing out the waves there. It will be the easy lot to go and slam onto the inhibitor and open up the nexus for the setup Soul. Let's see, IQ Soul can actually go for the mighty push here. It is Anti taking out the inhibitor from the top side. Lord goes, the nexus is open for them. Will it be an end for the side of Crux?
Okay, Crux Requiem, they're having to hold on for now. Lam Sangha against the world. Are, you can't keep doing this. It's too late in the game. Anti is too strong to handle. Jay using up the OG Shadow kill the Lord. Someone has to hit the Lord. There is the AOG used up by Asuna as he melts down Executor. He is down, and so are the rest. 27 is not going to fall far behind. Lam Sangha has held on to some of those minions, but it's only him against the world. And this, folks, is what happens if you dance to the tune of S8UL, IQO, Radium, and Apex, dictating that fight in the mid lane, allowing those minions to crash in from either side, giving the macro advantage to them, while Crux Requiem dance to their tune like Esma and Sachet. And with that, that is all she wrote. It's a clean sweep in favor of S8UL.
I mean, name got changed, team having a little bit roster change, but the play style is still the same. It is not got changed. Team is same as well. It is the play style which is always getting same as well. NEC's second game in the grand finale, if you remember, Baldudu giving out that lane pressure to IGN, taking out that game as well, and today also that same lane pressure onto the bot side, playing out with that minion strategy, with the flows of the minions, with the flow of the waves. And then you saw that win coming out into the hand of Team SATUL. The last minute Lord into their hand. Jeho goes in, retribution onto the Lord, and then it is a kill onto 27 as well. And the Lord, mighty Lord, entering it for the mighty push, locking down the base and claiming the throne for them with a 2-0 clean sweep. They started their way for the round robin stage. It is IQ SATUL. The Giants are back. The Giants are here to claim the throne. The Giants are here to actually show what is a real MLBB gameplay style looks like. And with this, you're going to talk about the KDA. It is favoring out Crux Requiem because they were the one who are leading this game. They were the one having the upper hand, but then everything got snatched out from their face. Everything got snatched out from their hands by the side of IQ Soul. It is Seiho with a perfect retribution onto that Lord, and it is obviously Radium with the sustain. This guy is really, I'm gonna tell you, if maybe the damage taken might go into the side for Crux Requiem's Phobius, 27, or maybe onto Doom. I believe the damage taken mostly has been taken out by Radium here. So he is the real contender for the sandbag, sustaining out in each and every fight. And look at the KD of Radium. You can see that thing as well. I mean, he doesn't got fallen down for more than 2 times. This is the main thing where we are gonna say about. But damage dealt. It is more on to the side of Crux Requiem, but doesn't matter. IQ Soul managed to clinch upon the series, managed to take on the win. And Baldudu, head-to-head, do you feel like this is a real head-to-head between Executor Zay and Radium? Because Executor Zay was performing so well in this game.
Oh, it was definitely his game. I mean, they both played very different roles. Crux Requiem, Executor did his job, but the problem is, at the very end, Lomsanga was the weak link in terms of their performance. It was not the retribution. I think a lot of people in the viewers will only see the retribution, but I think it was the fact that the Balmond was not adding value. I mean, if they went in for an Akai jungle, it would have probably had more impact on their draft than anything else. Peekaboo, again, a stellar performance. If you look at their actual performance in game, Peekaboo had outshined Asuna in this part of the match in the way he was zoning, along with Doom, even with Doom and Apex. But the major gap at the very end, like until from the start to finish, it was completely Crux Requiem's game. But that slight switch in macro, the way they put the tempo, is what changed the game. So I would say Crux Requiem had a brilliant performance from start to finish. Every single player, I think we saw how 27, looking at the stats against him versus Anti, it's quite clear 27 had more value in that fight. While Esmeralda has tanked the most damage, he's also dealt the most damage. He was the turning point for SATUL. But in every other angle, I think Crux Requiem was the better, the better team.
Yeah,
the better team was definitely Crux Requiem. It's just the fact that towards the very end, they kind of got lured out by, the play made by Radium and Apex over there. Otherwise, without a fact, I think Crux Requiem, they really had this game in the bag. They just threw it with that last Lord.
What can I say? It was a game for Crux, but really well played, Crux Requiem. They really well played in this game. 27 Executor Zay, but the Balmond pick might be the sus one. But somehow Lamsanga managed to get those macro objectives with his retribution. So, but into the team fight participation, I believe the Balmond pick doesn't work so well for the side of team Crux Requiem. Into the late game, it is the Hayabusa who managed to clutch out that Lord for himself, and Soul, IQ Soul, got a win in their first game. But it is not over yet. The second game coming soon. It is IQ Soul once again, and going against EVT this time, guys. So let's see what will be happening, because after that, it will be another game when at 9 o'clock, it will be Noctura Esports going against Daku Sena. So 2 more games coming soon, and EVT, the unbeatable team for right now after Sacrishine, is going to play against SATUL, IQ SATUL. So is there any chance that today the night will getting changes? I mean, EVT is getting their first loss, or SATUL have to go for their first loss as well from EVT? Let's see what will be happening. But for that, you need to stay tuned with us, because we'll be taking a short break. And before I will take a short break, I need to inform you that if you guys reach out to 500 likes, there is a huge giveaway going at War Drum Games tonight. It is a 10,000 diamonds giveaway. 100 lucky winners will get selected according to their participation in the chat, according to their participation into the Discord server and to the social handles. They will be getting selected, and they will be granted with 100 diamonds each. So make sure that you reach that like button to 500, and make sure that you join our Discord server, and make sure you do all the following things for to grab up that giveaway. Me, STZ, and Baldudu will be, not Baldudu, Baldudu will be there for the second game. It's just STG who will be signing off, and Baldudu will be taking a break.
And
and good evening. Yo, sorry, Baldu. Okay, go on ahead.
My bad, my bad. And welcome back, everybody. This is the Mythic Showdown Season 2, Day 4 of the round robin stage. And we have the second match of the day. It's going to be between the one of the very top teams right now in the round robin table, Elusivity Esports, who have a proven track record, and S8UL, IQ S8UL Esports, who has already proven their name and held up to their reputation with the very first game itself, played just around 20 minutes back. So yeah, it's a 2-0 sweep in their favor. We have a very good game coming up in front of us, and to have such a great game, we need one of the very best voices in the scene. It is my beloved co-caster Sara, and this is Baldudu over here.
Thank you for the warm introduction. I'm sorry about cutting you off earlier. Just miscom on our part. However, now we are into game number 2, and of course, like you mentioned, SHUL clean sweep against CRQ, who are also one of the top contenders into the top 4 right now. So this is going to be another exciting match, because this time around the enemies just got harder for the side of SHUL. It is going to be EVT, and EVT, they have been performing tremendously well into the round robin. They won against RNTX, so can they take down another monster, which is going to be IQ SHUL this time? And recent performances show that both the teams are on a very equal level, and both love the team fight brawl compositions like we have seen so far in the first game too. So definitely hyped up for this one.
For sure, and the crazy part is that CRQ has taken 3 games and they finally ended up with 3 points, but S8UL has actually ended up with those 3 points in the very first game itself with a resounding clean sweep. So that now is, if S8UL gets this second game also in a clean sweep, they will be at a very comfortable top 3 position. In fact, they'll be hitting top 2 within this very day itself if they can get to that stage. So it's a good thing for S8UL because, like I mentioned, that they are one of the teams who have not played any games until like just right now. So you do not have much information on what these guys are going to do in this patch. Whatever data you have on IQ S8UL is at the very least 2 to 3 weeks old. But all the other teams have played at least 3 to 4 games in these in the round robin stage itself, and we're not counting other tournaments. So they have that element of surprise. So do you think, is that the only reason they're doing so well, or is this just winner heritage?
I mean, it's a mix of both, because we have seen, like just the previous game we saw Martis pick, right? And we have seen Anti play the Martis into the Swiss stages. But after the patch changes, you would definitely expect for something like a Yuzhong, an Alice, an Uranus, or Lapu into the EXP. However, Anti is like, I don't care, I'm gonna pick up the Martis once again. And despite struggling a little bit against the early game Granger Snowball coming in from Executor, he did manage to pull up towards the late, and he was one of the main reasons that Balmum and Gadotkacha were facing so many issues into the first game, that eventually CRQ did lose out on that second game as well. So of course, as the draft is about to begin, I believe that they can definitely pull out some of those amazing, unique and quirky little drafts that SATL is so fond of, that of course EVT might not be expecting any of that.
Yep. And now, with the fact that we've spoken about S8UL and their tempo, we also have to give the flowers to Elusivity, especially that guy in the mid lane, Shenzhou, man, on that Eve. He has been unstoppable. I think him and Witch, so far from RNTX, these two people on that Eve, on the Kimi, on literally any mid lane they touch, have made it like ban-worthy material with the way they've been playing this so far. So Shenzhou is doing a really great job, and I feel the way Elusivity drafts, it kind of rotates around Shenzhou. Like we've seen how S8UL drafts, they kind of try to give Jay that first pick preference, and then they pick their draft around him. But then you kind of see Anti and Radiant do their own thing. They kind of have that comfort, so they have a different nuance of drafting. But EVT kind of drafts like how you would see from most clustered 5-man teams with a really good amount of sync. They give Shenzhou a good pick, and then they kind of play around it all together. So which side do you think is gonna fare better in terms of under pressure? Do you think is it gonna be EVT structured approach or SATUL's comfort based counter drafting?
I have a feeling that SATL is one of those teams who loves to counter draft in a way, but also play to their comforts at the same time. So it's going to be a mix of that. EVT, meanwhile, loves to counter draft and they go for a completely brawl kind of composition. We saw in their match against Sacred Shrine in the Swiss stage, they pulled it out to a 30-minute game and still the Uranus coming in from Crisis holds the record for the highest damage taken so far in Mythic Showdown Season 2, which is well over 600k. So they will definitely be looking to pull out something similar because Jay, he loves his assassins. He does love the fighters as well, but assassins are more of his forte currently, at least. So against that assassin-based draft, I feel EVT will definitely be looking to go for as much of sustain and tankiness that they can possibly go for.
For sure. And I'm really curious to see when is that draft gonna start because I'm really kind of confused. Do you think the Eve is gonna be banned out? Because we've seen both Asuna pick up the Eve, Shenzhou has that 100% win rate on that Eve. So do you think they're just gonna avoid that Eve altogether? Or we might see, Asuna gets to play his Kimi or his Change because he loves that hero, a lot.
He loves it.
He also, I feel like Asuna is one of those mage players who kind of does not stick to the patch. He likes to go beyond it. And then Shenzhou is that one person who just masters it completely. So I feel like that the mid lane showdown, between these two players is going to dictate the objectives in terms of lords because I'm really curious to see that mid lane matchup in terms of who's gonna have that edge in this BO3.
I do think it is definitely a mid lane matchup like you call, and yep, we are into the draft finally. Long wait everybody, but here we are. IQ SATUL versus EVT. And for the first pick, it will be IQ SATUL, and EVT will have the second pick this time around. So they have the chance of picking up two good heroes, but they need to ban out heroes accordingly. Of course, onto the hands of SATUL, they love to ban out the Hilda, the Grok, unless Apex is the one wanting to play it. But other than that, those are kind of their staple bans. But since they have the first pick, they might just not ban out any of those and go in for something completely different. Possibly the Gatot Kacha, possibly the Yi, possibly the Juxin, or the Kimi, or something like that. However, for the first bans, as we see here, it's going to be the Lancelot, completely denying Godspeed of that hero, and the Hilda from the side of EVT.
Yup, and with the situation of the bans, Godspeed always getting his lands taken out, but we've seen him on the Hayabusa, on the Fanny. He also has a decent pool in other fighter jungles too. So I think they just want to ban it out because of how annoying the Lancelot is to what SATUL likes to play, because they have a free-form rotation and you do not want to give the Lancelot that much space to operate in. Also, Sara, do you think that, like we've seen, when we have the Broken Walls match, you see how the bans change completely. The Fred is the first ban any time of the day, the Paksha is taken out or contested. So do you think with the expanding river, are we going to be seeing some major change in the draft, or are teams just going to take it as part and parcel of the game itself?
I think that SATUL being SATUL and EVT being EVT, they'll just take it as a part and parcel for this one. But like we mentioned, the Alice and the Gatot Kacha, they are the staple bans from the side of SATUL, of course, and EVT will be taking out the Eve and the Hilda. Definitely aware of the fact that you do not want to give Asuna his Eve. The Kimi, Khadija, Farsa, Luna still on board though, so we'll have to see what Asuna wants to prioritize here. But on the hands of EVT though, their last ban is going to define a lot. Do they give away the Hayabusa? Do they give away the Grok? Or do they give away the mid laners, which we just mentioned? Or do they just give away one of Auntie's Lapu Lapu or Arlot? We never know. Because whatever you leave open, ACTUL gets to pick only one and EVT gets two. So they have got to gamble on this one.
Oh, it's the Zushin ban. Okay, very interesting. I think they want to force SATUL with a Fred. I mean, if you either take that Grok or the Hayabusa, whatever you want to pick, or the CC, which Anti really loves. I mean, he loves the CC pick a lot. him and Radium, they glove shuffling that CC pick amongst themselves. We saw this in the first game in the match 1-2. That's going to allow EVT to now possibly take up a Fred or, the Grok for themselves. They can now take the Grok and the Hayabusa away, or a YSS. So, I mean, it is a play for sure on the draft, but do you think EVT will capitalize on that?
They need to. It's their only chance of securing some points for themselves, and instantly it is going to be the Esmeralda onto the EXP possibly, since it's Corey who has locked into the hero. But of course, they love shuffling it as well. They can just flex Crisis with the Esme onto the gold later on too. They can pick up the Lapu, they can pick up the Grok, they can pick up... Yep. And they're gonna prioritize the Grok over anything else right here.
And I really like that Esmeralda pick, because if you went in for anything else, that would allow Anti to pick up the Lapu Lapu hands free. I mean, by picking up that Esme, it's like a message. Like, I'm going to send that Esme into the EXP lane the second you pick up the Lapu for yourself. And while Lapu has such a menacing presence in the team fight, if you deny him in the lane phase itself, like you stop him from rotating, if you slow him down, it's going to be great. And okay, there's that signature Borg pick from J-Ho and the Kimi pick from Asuna. I mean, we wanted to see this matchup, but sadly the Eve has been delayed from Shenzhou by their own side. But Godspeed with the Joy. I mean, okay, EVT really cooking. I mean, normally you would not expect a Joy pick, because the Joy is like a perfect counter to the Zujin. So why do you think they've taken out the Zujin? What is the secret behind that Zujin ban?
I think they just didn't want Apex and Asuna to have any kind of mid advantage with the Jukshin as compared to Shenzhou and Madara, and they just decided to, let's not give them their very comfort heroes, let's not give them that mid control, because Jukshin is one of those heroes that no matter what roam or what mid lane you pick up, she's just going to have that lane advantage and lane freezing thing for the first 3 minutes up until the first or second third, and so that makes a genuine difference into games like these. And into the second banning phase, we can already see there's a Khalid ban and Angela ban. Maybe possibly they ban out on the Lapu themselves up next. Maybe they ban out on a possible gold laner. Maybe they ban out the Uranus, because we have seen Crisis play it out on the gold lane. There's quite a lot of options open here.
And the Khalid being banned out again makes perfect sense, because we have seen Apex go for that Khalid the second he gets an option. And then if you pair up the Khalid with Asuna on that Kimi, the amount of slow and poke that it would be giving to the backline, whatever backline EVT actually picks for themselves, it makes good sense. I feel that the Kalia ban is negligible. I think we might be looking at a chip pick. I mean, I'm not too sure, but the draft that Apex and Side are building up right now, the way the Borg, the CC, Kimi, all of these picks, love to jump in and jump out of fights pretty quick. So I think they might pair it up with a CC, and they will still go in for that Lapu or, maybe a Phoveus as a preventive pick on something else.
That could definitely work out. We've seen Anti onto that Phoveus for themselves, and in a draft like this where there's a Joy, it could work out for them. Apex as well, honestly, a lot of his hero pool has been taken out. The Khalid, the Kalia, Hilda, Gatot, everything technically has been banned out. However, he still has a few picks up his board. The Tyrell is still open, the chip is still open, but realizing that instantly, it's like they predicted the chip pick somehow for Apex.
Yes.
They get a teleport, they get the diversion for themselves. Shenzhou right here, big brain move.
Oh, bro, whoever is drafting on both sides, I mean, this is a game of chess right now. They're playing chess and checkers at the same time with that pick. And despite that, Apex knowing what's going to happen, he still goes in for the chip pick. Is this arrogance or is this pride? But whatever this is a lot of confidence coming in from one who's called one of the very best roamers that India has to offer. At this stage of the Mythic Showdown Season 2, Anti will bring back the Martyrs in match 2 once again after a dominating performance in the previous round.
Clearly enough, IQSA2L have come with the game plan and they are living up to it as much as they possibly can, and they are enjoying while they're living up to it as well. And EVT, meanwhile, they've got a strong, very strong draft for themselves, but this last pick from Crisis might just make or break the entire thing. They could still pick up the lot.
There it is.
As I thought of the word in my head, they still could pick up the lot for themselves, swapping it up, Crisis onto the Esmeralda. And ironically, look at SA2L, bro. It's a Borg Gold, it's a CCE XP, and a Martyrs Jungle.
Oh, it's a Martyrs Jungle. Okay, so they have their own mind games playing in there, and technically the Martyrs Jungle will do better against that Joy. It'll do much better than that Joy, because every single skill, the Mortal Coil, the Decimate, or the Ashura's Wrath, anything you pick up is gonna interrupt the members of EVT, and at the same time he can survive against the final slash, like he could immune it. So that Martyrs pick, doing a lot of work right now for IQ SA2L. What do you think now? Like, since they've sent Radium onto that Borg in the gold lane, he's going to be matching up against Crisis. But we have seen for the fact that the second that Esma gets a few items in, both sides are going to be pretty much even in their, gameplay. I feel like there's a lot of pressure on Apex right now to give them the crowd control they need. It's all on him.
I mean, it's going to be up to that emblem, because Apex loves playing the chip on the weakness finder. So if we see something like that once again, maybe, just maybe, it might work out for them. Like, of course, it's a pick he's confident on, and he's got 2 burst heroes with him, the Lasting Insanity, the Decimation. It's going to come in very handy, and then the Curtain Call just lock them down. So wherever he teleports, it's going to be very useful for the side of IQSA2L. EVT, meanwhile, they've got their own diversion. They've got the Grok with the Tectonic Charge as well, so they've got a very strong crowd control based composition. As the game progresses, the entirety of the the duty of carrying the team and dealing the damage is going to rely on Asuna and Anti and Godspeed and Shenzu. So it's the Kimi will have to play it very safe, because Godspeed is constantly going to lock him down, and even Corey as well has the flicker, has the final slash. He's just going to dive right in.
My only question about SA2L's draft, it has so much mobility, but they lack that instant burst damage. I mean, that's the only thing in their draft. I mean, you're relying a lot on Jay to have, Jay's job is to wait for his team to bring them down to half HP. But, that gap between having the Decimate land on all these members in succession and Jay also being able to sustain throughout these fights, I mean, that's a big question mark. And at the same time, while EVT has its own diversion, it's a very big hit and miss. It's not as, as forgiving as the Chip's ultimate. So, if Shenzu makes one wrong diversion play, he might be taking all of his members into a trap for Martyrs to, clean up.
Truly enough, and while the match is uploading, if you do take a look at the draft, EVT has got the better of the sustains among the two though. So as the game progresses, I think we might be seeing a possible DHS into the hands of the Kimi. The War Axe and Hunter Strike, of course, the common pick for a CC user. Maybe he might go for the Sea Halberd or Malefic Roar for himself too. Chip, though, has to prioritize a bit of that dominant size before he picks up on the fleeting time. So that's going to make a lot of difference on the hands of EVT. But Corey definitely going to be prioritizing his Oracle, because even though there's one magic damage dealer, the Oracle helps him survive a lot. And with that, we are already into 2 minutes of the game, ladies and gentlemen. This is the Land of Dawn for you all, between IQSA2L and EVT. The two beasts currently in the scene. One who secured 3 points from the very first game, and one who is sitting at the very top 2-3 of the leaderboard, EVT. And there we go, the early skirmishes have already begun.
Yup, there it is. Godspeed dashing in and out. And these teams have already hit level 4. I think we have headed into Land of Dawn a little late, but we have just in time for that turtle to come up. Madara at his level 3. Jay, all of them have hit their required levels. And you were Okay, Chip has not gone in for. He went in with a concussive blast, but okay, over there, Cory Cutie taken down low. The Decimate is gonna get in this first blood, but Godspeed, the sneaky joy in the back with the beats, picks up the turtle. So whilst Soul has their first turtle, the first they got their first blood. The turtle does get stolen away by Godspeed.
It's a fair trade, I would say, but however, IQSITWL did manage to get a little bit of the goal advantage, 600 already into their favor. And however, Shenzu's positioning is actually crazy right now. And okay, Asuna.
Oh, Asuna with a big play. There is the portal from the Chip, and it's a portal to hell for EVT as they have been stuck in the midst of it all.
No.
Godspeed interrupted by the Firaga missiles, and the damage is just too much to handle. 3 kills for SATUL and none
Cory?
for EVT after that. Cory, what are you doing? Too late to join the fight, too late to back
my
out,
God.
and Asuna cleans up another kill for himself. EVT, what are you doing?
I don't know what they are. That play was actually good coming in from Shenzu, teleporting right behind Asuna, expecting him to move through that very bush since they thought that Asuna is going to scout the mid bush and go back through the red buff area, and they waited for him there, but the wait was a little too long for their comfort and they suffered the worst trade of the two teams there. And IQSHUL already leading with that 1.2k goal lead for themselves. However, the only fate is into the hands of Crisis, who's winning a little bit into the goal lane because he can easily melt down the Firaga armor. There we go.
Oh, Radium, Firaga armor taken down, forced to flicker out. There's no way he's gonna escape. Godspeed with the beats. Oh no, he
Oh
does
my
escape.
God.
How did that happen? The Decimate with Jeho gets him the killing spree. There's the portal down. Shenzu with the diversion back in, but Asuna gets the kill on Madara. EVT stuck in the midst of it all once again. Cory also being manhandled by the members of IQOS8UL, and that is basically a wipeout with only Crisis
way.
living to tell the tale.
That fight was way too scattered for anybody to focus on one member. The electrifying beats wasn't enough to take a Radium down, and Jay came in at the perfect time with Ashura's Wrath, and now they're going for it again.
Once again, they're going in. This time, Madara is the one going in for his set. He does not have his tech charge just yet, but there's the play. Apex coming in with a huge immobilize on their members. Jay popped down low, but the turtle shield is going to keep him back up. The fight? What is going on in this fight? Cory Cutie goes in back that deep again. He gets the dash, finally taking down Asuna, but he won't survive for long. His Radium will clap back. But meanwhile, on the mid side, Shenzu gets the kill on Apex. The Firaga armor, the last insanity does not connect on any member. Radium caught down very low. Will Crisis get the kill? No, he does not. The sustain from Anti and Radium, too much to handle. And Jay will push back Crisis from this fight.
Not only are SA2L and EVD finding kills, they're actually elongating every single fight to over 30 seconds, and it's only the 6th minute of the game going on, Baldo, and that is actually huge because it says that both the teams are sustaining out too much. They're using up the skills on different targets all at the same time. It's like the EXP laners are joining the team fights at one time, the gold laners are joining at one time, they're using up their ultimates at one time, and they're simply, it's like you're watching a regular rank game. However, SATUL, I think this is why they are so good. They bring out the most unpredictable drafts, they bring out the most unpredictable plays, and that is exactly how nobody can just prioritize their picks or bans on draft. But Apex is trying something.
He went in a full round around the turret and then backs off like nothing happened. I mean, was he trying to? I feel like, he was trying to bait out this battle spell. He would have succeeded, but Crisis was already on cooldown there. And, Asuna,
Wow.
that is not the play you want to make. Cory Cutie is gonna get the response. The second kill Cory has got for his team, and both are on to Asuna. But the real question is, like you mentioned, Sarah,
Apex?
There's the portal coming in once again. These
wow.
members, huge set, but Madara is there this time. He's prepared, he's ready, but the last insanity from Radium cannot be denied as Godspeed uses up the beats to dash off his J-Ho, gets the kill onto Cory Cutie, but Radium stuck in the midst of it all. Can he flicker in time? Yes, he does. The wall keeps him alive as Crisis is diving in, using up the sprint. Can he catch out Radium? But the damage is not enough.
No.
And with that, EVT will have to back off as the mortal coil is used up by J-Ho. Apex again is gonna use up the portal to make his way in. Will they go in for the re-engage?
Oh my
yes,
God.
he does. All the members of S8UL come in. Crisis with the dance, absorbing the
No
shield,
way.
but the monster kill cannot be denied. Godspeed chasing down J-Ho. Will he get the damage? Yes, he does. Shut down on J-Ho. Cory Cutie gets the kill on Asuna. Someone please stop this fight from continuing as Anti will get the clap back on Cory Cutie, and Shenzhou will finally put an end to the festivities. But not for long as Madara goes back in with the tech charge. Shenzhou with a huge yin-yang overturn. Anti escaping with a sliver of his HP.
What?
He will survive and he gets the clap back as Godspeed dashing back in, stunned down. And this is the end of this fight. Finally, 4 members down as IQO S8UL with 16 kills to their name.
What in the world is happening over the map? We do not know, and we don't even understand what's going on in this game, and it's already the time for the Lord, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, that's what happens when you make 2 top dogs fight against each other, and I guess it shows from the gameplay already. And look at Chip's item priorities: the fleeting time first, and the Oracle up next. So just wow, Apex. I mean, only he and Jay are the 2 people in India who can pull off such crazy builds onto their respective heroes. But other than that, so far, I believe Apex has been extraordinary with those portals. Like his timing, his engages, his position, and his vision giving all over the map is just insane on that chip. They should not have gambled with that, I believe. But EVT here, they're trying to hold up as much as they possibly can. Madara has been giving some amazing backups and sets. But look at Apex though. He's still looking for a little bit of that engage, but will wait it out for the Lord to be on time. At Radium, lasting insanity though gets used up. Godspeed needs to back off. But Apex is here though. Apex?
The portal gets baited out, dashes away. Godspeed with the play makes it happen. And the whole thing is that I think a lot of the viewers think that both these times are brawling like this for no reason. But the whole point is S8UL wants to force a brawl like this because they benefit. Their draft allows
Exactly.
them to be active in this. On the other side, if you noticed in that huge drawn out fight at the bot lane, Madara gave a really beautiful tectonic charge. Shenzhou had one good diversion play, which would nearly turn the fight around. But the fact is, since Apex got the fleeting time, he was able to do this 2 to 3 times in that same fight. That's what allowed them to get the edge over EVT. Otherwise, EVT would have won that fight out.
Exactly so. And S8UL has been very, they've been converting every single one of their fights into a benefit for themselves. But here we go though, Baldu, conceal play.
Conceal play coming in. Anti pop down very low. If he's gonna escape from this once again, I don't know what to say. But I do not, as Anti will finally fall against Cory Cutie. But there's the re-engage coming in. Jay searching for a decimate. Will he get it? No, there's an interrupt from Madara with the yin-yang overturn, also making things happen. Cory Cutie catches 3 with the final slash. Will he go back in? Gets interrupted. Crisis with another huge catch. Shenzhou coming in with the diversion play. Last insanity being popped. Radium forced to back off. The yin-yang overturn catch. And Jay caught in the midst of it all. And finally, EVT get the clap back with S8UL finally taking a backseat in this team fight.
Clearly enough, EVD hasn't given up yet, and they are definitely looking for some kind of a comeback for themselves. They've got a lot of sustain into the late game, but Asuna is there already with the DHS. The Demon Hunter Sword is already in, so Crisis as well as Madara need to play it safer. They need to wait for Cory to get the final slash and stun onto the Kimi if they want to possibly go for an engage. The first Lord of the game, though, it's going to be up. The second Lord is going to be is already up. So we'll be definitely seeing an all-out fight. And ironically enough, Radium, despite being a fighter, is actually going in for that split push kind of strategy because he knows that Apex is there. Apex is just going to be teleporting in wherever he can, and he's just going to use up the
Speaking of
portal.
the
But
teleport,
there we go. As we
Apex
speak
with
of
the
it,
TP over there. Crisis gonna back off, but that's not the members they need. Crisis is not the target they want to catch, and this might be a clapback coming in as Martyrs and Martyra is gonna come with a huge tectonic set. The damage is coming in. Anti surviving with a sliver of HP with Godspeed,
No way.
dashing left and right. Will he get the target? No, Anti escapes with a 10th of his life as the Decimate
Jay.
will find his mark. Jay gets the kill on Godspeed. Crisis is
Radiant?
stuck against there. Decimate once again. Double kill for J-Ho. He's gonna find the third target. Will Cory Cutie make his way out alive? I do not think so. He's stuck in too deep. It's too late. And a killing spree for J-Ho in this fight. And the Lord Control in favor of SAQL.
now Ranika need up the portal has been used up again, Bahadur. So they're definitely looking for even more engaged than the way Anti.
Look at Anti.
Oh my god, the flicker. Both Shinzu and Mother have no flicker anymore for the next 2 minutes, so it's like free access to the side of SA2L for this Lord. And that's going to be a huge advantage. 2 Lords already into the hands of IQ SA2L, and they have so much of goal lead into their favor as well. All they have to do is protect Asuna and Anti, and the game's practically theirs unless they make some kind of a fatal mistake.
Yup, I mean, the only way SAQL can throw this out is if they actually try to play it organized. That's the last thing you want to do in this lineup. You want to play it scattered. You want to give each team space. Like, if you see the way they're rotating, look at how spread out these all guys are. Chip is there alone. Jay is nearby because Jay should not be coming in from the portal because he'll take too much damage the second he enters. The other members can survive that. If you see, Anti can jump in, Radium can jump in. Okay, there's the play. They catch 2. Apex nearly gets the set, but Madara's there to stop him. Anti will finally not. He's gonna still survive. Godspeed gets the kill onto Radium. Nearly gets the kill on Asuna, but the portal is back once again. How many times are they gonna keep playing it left and right? The cooldown with that fleeting time is too hot to handle, and this is why the chip was banned by the other members in the previous match. But this time EVT did not respect SAQL's chip as they're being collapsed under. Madara gets taken down under the base. The Aegis is the only thing left standing on the top side. They have 2 inhibitors left, and how long will they hold on to it, Sarah?
I don't think for much longer that they can, because Godspeed is going to be back in a few seconds. Yes, but Cory tried something, but the flicker final slash get missed out. Baldo, what can they really do here? I don't think there's too much going to be happening. But Godspeed, damage!
Oh, he gets the kill on Anti. This is the only guy who's been able to do something consistent. But right as I spoke about that, Jay is there to deny that claim. He goes in, Cory Cutie dashing left and right, the final slash still holding on to it. He's gonna get the cooldown back in just a few seconds. The Shenzu, the Firaga armor, the fire missiles, too much to handle. Radium flickers back to safety as Crisis and Cory both chasing down the Radium, but they forget that the minions are coming in from the mid and the bot. Jay is gonna be chasing down Crisis. They get a monster kill onto Madara. It's only Cory and Crisis against the world, and they cannot stop these minions from being sieging down the Aegis. The final slash used up, but you only buy a couple more seconds of time. The sneaky portal from the bush allows S8UL their first point of this match 2 series.
S8UL have just jumped into the round robin, and they're already securing their 4 points into their hands. Whether they lose or win the series, they've got 4 points, which definitely shoots them right up into the top 4 already, Baldu. And that match just now, which we witnessed, it's just so insane. It's like from the minute 1 itself, they were taking fights left and right, and it worked out for them no matter what they did. And of course, it's the Martis. What is with SHUL and Martis? I do not know. And TJ, both of them played out so well.
Dude, such a good game. And I think, Sarah, my voice is absolutely cooked after that game. I think I've casted more in this one match than I think another 3-4 series usually take. But yeah, I mean, looking at the stats over there, very messy brawl comp coming in from the side of S8UL, and it worked out very well in their favor. The spread out approach was so good. And despite having the diversion from EVT, despite having the defensive tech charge that would catch all these members, they did not have enough burst damage to actually punish out, SATUL for their wrong engages. Because even they had only Godspeed, and Godspeed was getting interrupted by every single member from SATUL.
That is the thing, right? You pick up the Joy, you've got amazing amount of damage potential, true, but you don't have a proper crowd control immunity, which Martis has with the model recoil, like you mentioned. So the moment he dived in, either Apex or Jay, they were constantly there to interrupt the Joy. And the same goes for the Luovi, the R-Lord, the Esmeralda. The more the number of interrupts, the harder it is for you to tank or deal damage at the same time. So of course, a little bit of disadvantage there for the side of EVT just because of that singular Martyrs pick. And of course, Asna is there from the backline to be such an amazing mid laner, dodged every single skill of Corey's towards the end after getting caught out the first 2 times. And there we go, there's the head-to-head as well. Although we can see Radium dealing a little more damage as compared to Crisis, despite having only 2 damage items, so that worked out well for them. Crisis does have the better of the tankier sustain, however, as an Esmeralda, how much can he do? And as a Joy, of course, Godspeed got the better damage dealt, got the better of the damage sustained. However, Martis being a Martis with the Sky Piercer and a Godlike into his hands, IQ SATUL's Jay definitely won that one out. Even on towards the mid side, Shensu had more damage and more damage taken, but Asuna on the Kimi, you can't really stop that guy, even if your team has more damage.
Exactly. I mean, in the final matchup, I think Apex versus Martyr. I mean, this I think was the only even. Apex dictated his tempo, Martyr dictated his, but at the end, the draft was aligned completely towards the side of Apex with the way he's set it up for himself. Corey had a few moments of brilliance, but those 4 deaths in the very early gave SATUL the exact tempo they needed, because Anti was finally able to rotate in those fights the second he got those kills. And I think the stats finally speak for themselves. Jay was getting more kills than he was taking creeps at that point. I mean, he's got more kills than he's taken buffs in this game. So definitely the rich guy over there with a lot of gold stacking for him. Anti dealing out a metric ton of damage, that War Axe paying off absolute dividends. And Apex, the man with 17 assists. 17 assists.
I mean, yeah, he had the conceal, I believe, and even then pulling off 17 assists out of 29 kills. Is it? Yeah, 29. That's something insane as a roamer, I'll tell you, because the encouraged roam is usually what we roamers usually go for, to, farm assists, farm some KDA for ourselves, but Apex is one of them who can play the conceal and still pull off the wingman for your team. So of course, amazing performance by both the teams. However, SATUL being IQ SATUL, they won that one out. And I think we are prepared for another crazy draft this time around as well, because this time around they'll have the second pick, I believe, and they will also have the Mumbai server advantage. So that's going to be making quite a lot of difference for the side of IQ SATUL. That's going to be double advantage for them. So EVT really needs to strategize if they want to come back from that loss.
Definitely. And I think, either they can do 2 things. They could kind of bait out that chip pick again, but this time they can't give every single pick like that. You can't give up the Borg. I think what was the real turning point, the chip was definitely one aspect, but I think the real turning point of the game was that gold Borg swap that they pulled off. Because the only reason this worked, the reason it worked was because Anti used it as a gold laner and as an EXP in the previous game. The CC was the gold in game 1 of match 1. They did the same thing now, and I think I casted that game, so I thought the same thing. But the second they switched, I think that was a huge, mind-breaking moment when, they pulled off the, Martis in the jungle, because that is not, I've seen Jay use the Sun. I expected a Sun pick maybe, but that Martis pick completely surprised, because that's what we see Anti like to play.
Exactly.
So a very, very good mind game coming in from IQO SATUL. And looking at the ban so far, it's going to be the expanding river once again. It's going to be this throughout the series. As with the first pick, EVT having the first pick this time, they will be taking out the Hilda and Yuzong. We don't want anti on that Black Dragon. And they're also going to deny their own EXP laner Crisis. He's actually the gold laner, but he's just that good with the Black Dragon that I forgot how he was an EXP for a second. Soul, on the other hand, removes Madara's, Gatot Kutch, because Madara's Gatot has been phenomenal throughout the series. Absolutely great. And the Eve also taken down. Shenzu is not going to get his opportunity this time.
And EVT actually bans out on the Esmeralda for themselves, so that's a pretty interesting ban, I would say. IQ SATL, I believe they want to gamble with the Grok and the Lancelot. It's like they want to give away the Lancelot, pick the Grok for themselves, or give away the Grok and pick up the Lancelot for themselves, or maybe the Hayabusa, we never know. So that's quite a lot of options open for SATL here. Maybe they don't ban any of those and ban out on something like the Juxin or the CC maybe, and just play the gamble game with the side of EVT, because they've got only one good first pick, SATL gets two, so why not leave 3-4 picks open and just play it out for yourselves?
For sure. And there it is. The Lapu ban is gonna... That's most of your conventional EXP laners have been taken out in this ban phase. So I think once again we might be seeing that Arlot, the CC, hotly contested. I think EVT might go for that Grok again, or the CC. They have to do one of those two picks, because by doing so, they're gonna give up SATUL, the Kimi. They have the Grok, or that possible CC, the Borg. They could also pull off another Martis play. I know for a fact that Anti is itching to pick that Martis because Jay has outshined his Martis KDA. So I know for a fact Anti wants that pick for himself, but they have given up the Lancelot to Godspeed. And okay, there it is. The Zushin picked by Asuna this time. Zushin picked by Asuna, and Anti with the same. It's going to be Radium actually who's going to pick up that CC for himself.
I mean, it's like you want to pick up the Lancelot, you go for it, but you've got a server disadvantage, so we'll most likely win out on the trades anyway. That's what IQ SATL is thinking right now in their minds. And the Asuna goes for that instant mid control, so the Juxin is already up into the board. Works against the Lancelot as well, because, Juxin is one of those mages who is on the tankier side, so that definitely works out for them very well. CC as well, it could be Anti or Radium. The entire draft is going to be into their hands, but Shenzo here picks up on the Angela. That makes things a little more interesting, because they're going to be lacking quite a lot of magic damage unless Crisis tries to go in for something like the Nathan. Esmeralda is already off board, so what can he really do except that? Madara definitely locks it onto the Grok. Good choice, but against the Juxin and the CC. That's a bit of a weaker roams against those two heroes.
Okay, now the real question is EVT, they have picked up the Angela. So we know for a fact that Angela is going in the mid lane. There's nowhere else it can go. I don't want to see a gold lane Angela, none of that. We don't want to flex that aggressively. So the main question is, they need something with crowd control to actually pair up with the Grok. Otherwise, the point of Madara picking up that Grok is lost. Unless they're trying to flex the Grok also in the EXP, and they could go in for that Kalia with something else. So I'm not too sure what the game plan is. We will only know in the draft, because Apex this time picking up that Khalid earlier on, because he knows for a fact, because the fact that Angela is going to be in the mid lane, she's going to struggle with rotations outside of the hard guard. So he's always going to be nearby to punish. The sheer amount of pressure the Khalid was going to bring in with the Zujin is going to put a lot of pressure onto Grok, because Angela cannot out-heal that.
Like I told you, right, the EVT is going to be lacking the magic damage, and instantly realizing that, look at IQ SATUL's bans, bro. It's the Harith and the Nathan taken away from the goal lane, so Crisis hasn't got any option open for himself right here. So EVT is going to be at a major disadvantage right here and now, unless Cody decides to go in for the Alice. And who knows, IQ SATL picks up the Alice for themselves as well. Anti can definitely just switch it out and go into the Alice. Yes, we've seen him being so amazing, so on that hero for themselves. But then again, it does depend entirely into what Apex is thinking right now because he's the one drafting with that mindset. Hayabusa and
There's the Alice. You called it. You
what
called
did
it.
I say? What did I say? And EVT have banned out on the Fredrin and the Hayabusa, so they've technically got no risk for the Lancelot. That's good. However, Jay can still go in for the Borg. If Corey and Crisis decide to go in for two fighters into the two side lanes. Corey can go in for the Thamus, that's a very good option right here. Crisis could try to pick up the Claude, maybe, just maybe, but then again, that wouldn't work out as well. But they do get the Borg for themselves, that's a good option, and yeah, it is going to be the Thamus for them.
Okay, the Borg pick, like you mentioned, Sarah, 2 points. This is 3 points for you. You predicted nearly half that draft there by yourself. But the Suyo pick by Jay, I mean, it would work because of the fact that the Thamus is there. But, to be honest, the Thamus pick normally does not work because he's too slow, he's not immobile, he doesn't have his own crowd control. But if you pair it up with that hard guard and the fact that, there is only one Zujin who can really effectively stop the Thamus. So the whole point of Godspeed now has to ensure that Zujin gets marked by him. If Zujin does not get stopped, it's SATUL's game. But if Zujin, is being zoned out of those fights, Anti and Apex and even Jay, all 4 of these guys, Radium too, they will have to deal with a lot of true damage and a lot of interrupts and slows, which is going to be hard for them to handle.
True enough, and honestly speaking, that SHUL does have the better of the crowd control, better of the sustain. However, as the game progresses, Corey is going to be a major issue. We've seen him being crazy on the Thamus and Crisis also. With once he picks up the Radiant Armor, he's also going to be pretty irritating for that CC and Alice both. So SHUL must focus on trying to end the game sooner if they want to win out with a clean sweep and 3 points. But if the game does progress, EVT will have the better of the trades towards the late game. They'll be able to sustain better because of Shenzu's Angela, who's going to have the hard guard every 10 to 12 seconds ready for whenever EVT wants to engage.
And the game's going to start in just a few moments. And there it is, folks. We're in the land of Dawn, Sarah. How do you think, which team do you think is going to have that edge in that second turtle? Because I think the first turtle is comfortably in IQ SATUL's hands because, they don't have to deal with an Angela that early.
True enough, and they've got the Suyo into their hands as well. The only threat is Godspeed, but it's a Mumbai server, so Jay can possibly be a little relaxed. But bot side though, we can already see the aggression coming in onto Corey. And Apex and Alice will be securing a little bit of EXP for themselves. Taking a look at the emblems though, Baldu. Definitely Alice going in for the sustain, nothing too out of the ordinary. Khalid being on the thrill, going to be dealing quite a lot of damage to Shenzu right there. Might just get a pick off all by himself. He loves the heptases, Apex loves it. And the other ones as well from the side of EVT have it pretty usual too. But Angela will be getting, the focusing mark and the fleeting one. But early engage, oh my god, Jay gets taken down already. He went in for the buff steal, the small creep. However, he paid the price for it. And they're still going in for more.
Very expensive creep.
Way too expensive. I don't think he expected Corey and Godspeed to just lunge all in onto him right there.
Yeah, I mean, usually when you're being invaded, you see teams try to play a little passive, but we know that, you have that buff in your own side of the jungle, and these guys made full use of that. And Jay paid that price. And also, Jay is going in for that killing spree. So that's interesting.
Exactly. So I think he's just so confident about the fact that he is going to get the kills no matter what. That kind of just is the mentality of Suyo players. I know for a fact from personal experience. But there we go on the mid side. Khalid Look at Khalid though, trying to burst down Grok already a little bit, just the poke, so he's get delayed. The Soul Sever comes in though, Madara! He's too low and he backs off with the Crimson Beacon from Asuna. He's trying to find the kill and he flickers and he's gonna get it! But the immobilize from Shenzu! He finds the kill and Shenzu's gonna use up the hard guard onto Godspeed this time. There's no escape for Anti from this one. Oh my goodness, IQSA2 well are actually losing out a little bit on that, Baldu.
Oh god, Godspeed has the advantage. He has the tempo. What's gonna happen? Corey QT stuck in the midst of it all, Sarah.
He's trying to go in for something though. However, Radium finds the damage onto Corey. The hard guard is going to be enough to save him. Jay secures the retribution and they're trying to go in for a little bit of a re-engage. But Apex tells them, just back off. Not our fight yet. We just need to be clearing out the lanes and farming up a little bit more.
I feel like they overstepped their game over there. They shouldn't have pushed their luck near the turtle. They should have gone for that turtle and backed off immediately. But why did they go in for, they tried to split their attention between the turtle and a team fight, and that was the price they paid. And look at Apex. He is absolutely snapping at Godspeed's heels right now, forcing out so many objectives, so many retries, being a menace. And I think that's what the Khalid does best.
Definitely. He's just very good at that. Look at him. He's going in again. And nobody from the side of EVT is actually trying to contest him. And he's sitting and regaining his HP into the faces of EVT. That just shows his confidence into that particular hero. And he knows that his team is going to be backing it up. There we go. Jay is already into the scene though, Valdo. And will they be going in for a possible engage, Jay? The damage is definitely there. Oh my goodness. And there we go. There's the kill from Apex and Jay. These two, the duo, and now it's the trio with Asuna joining them into securing a kill onto Madara. QSHUL showing why they're one of the best.
And right now the scoreboard is still 3-3, but the goal lead completely in favor of SATUL. Within the first 5 minutes, a 1200 gold lead is actually a pretty decent number. And we know for a fact a significant amount of that gold is concentrated on Apex. Oh, on the bot side!
No way, Jay is gonna find another kill on the Tectonic. Charges on to 3 this time. However, it's not gonna be enough, I believe. Apex trying to go with some kind of an engage. Anti with the flicker, a throne of ruin comes into clutch. Godspeed will be taken down. The wall from Madara is extraordinary. However, they're just gonna be making it out alive. There's no damage dealer into their side because Godspeed has already been taken down, which means another free turtle for SA2L right there.
And I think this is the signature of Apex. I mean, like every roamer has their own signature play. I think with Madara, it comes to how well he gives his sets. I mean, I have not seen a single set from Madara which is less than 3 people. No matter how much of a deficit they are on, you rarely see him make mistakes in that area. And if it comes to Apex, it's the amount of pressure he puts on the opposing carry. Because he identifies who is the main carry on their side and he will significantly only gank them. Like, look at this again. The pressure on Godspeed.
Of course, Godspeed trying to find some punctures into there, but Anti with the Throne of Ruin and Jay with his Soul Sever finding the kills left and right. It's only going to be Crisis finding one, but Jay from the back line marking them, demolishing them. Complete wipeout for the side of IQSA2L. 6 minutes into the game, they've got a 4k goal lead, a wipeout, and 2 turtles advantage, all for themselves. This is the power of one of the OG best teams in India, and EVT just isn't able to keep up as of now.
And EVT right now finding themselves on the back foot, and they can't afford to take this like this because the Zuzhan, once she does get that Sky Piercer, I think it's gonna be too late for them to clap back. So they need to do it quick and they need to do it fast. As now Apex diving in, but he still has his flicker and the Raging Sandstorm. Godspeed right now can't afford to miss even a single puncture. The last time he did that, he fell down. He did it once again, he's fallen again. So that puncture skill, you miss that S1, you're gonna be missing your respawn for sure.
Clearly, and SATUL isn't even giving any space to EVT at the moment. They're like, You want to come out, we are going to be in your face. You want to stay inside, we'll come inside your base. And right now they're going to be targeting that mid lane tier 1 because all members are here on Apex. Look at him, he's looking for a setup right from the side. He has the flicker onto himself. He wants to go in for that raging sandstorm right from the side, get 4 people, and his team then wipes them out. But Jay is like, let me get the turtle first and then we'll go for the engage, because Alice, he needs to join them as well. But there we go, Godspeed's buff getting stolen away by Jay right away, so that's going to be no farm for him once more. And is that a 4-level gap between Jay and Godspeed, Baldu?
You're right on that 4-level gap. Right now, Godspeed has the same amount of experience that Apex is bringing to the table, same level 8. In fact, he's being outfarmed by even Radium and other members. They're being pushed back. Look, once again.
No way, Mother misses the tech charge as well as the flicker. Anti and Apex just finding the kill onto Shenzu before EVG can even react to that aggression. And now the bid tier 1 is gonna fall. The map is going to be completely into the hands of IQSHUL, and they simply do not look like they're going to be backing off. It's only Madara's walls who are stopping them from progressing even further. But look at Apex, bro. He's just there. He's just standing there, and he is so menacing with his presence onto that Khalid.
I know for a fact. I mean, look at the build difference in the builds. One team has gone to their 3rd item right now. The Sky Piercer is coming up very quick for Asuna. He's just probably another few hundred gold away before that Sky Piercer is completed. And with that Sky being completed, I think it might just be spelling the end for EVT, because this is not a snowball that you can escape from unless, IQ SATUL makes a major mistake. Because look at the gold difference.
It's 7k, it's nearly there, just 300 gold off, and I believe if they secure this lot, even that is going to be keeping on increasing. And before the lot itself, it has hit 7k, and clearly enough, IQ SHUL, they aren't just going to be backing off like this. Radium is trying to look for an engage. Oh, Madara gets interrupted. No tectonic charge is not going to come out now, but Radium, a little bit of over aggression from his side, is going to get taken down, giving a green signal to the side of EVT for a possible engage. Corey goes in, but the Throne of Ruin and the Raging Sandstorm at the same time going to be melting down EVT's lives as SHUL tries to go in for something more. The punctures coming in, however, they are simply gonna be backing off and moving towards the Lord. Godspeed, though, getting poked out by Apex, but it isn't going to be of any useful result right there.
I mean, I think more than any invade or anything that Apex is doing. Oh no! And he flicks out to safety. Okay, I think I thought there might be a hint of a comeback, but SATUL is prepared for every single option out there that their opponents might bring to the table. And I think, Sarah, the main reason we see this domination is the fact that look at the amount of vision Apex has on their opponents constantly. He's always shadowing Godspeed. He's not going for invades. His main priority is to keep Godspeed on the map.
Yeah.
And because of that, Asuna knows that, these guys will never reach me. Look at the way he's positioning. He's ensuring that Lancelot can never use the dashes to actually reach Asuna, but he's close enough that he can poke him and steal a creep right under him. I think this kind of micro and macro awareness is what sets you apart. You need that to roam, and you need that to be leading one of the most successful teams. And right now, looking at that, the Lord marching down the top, they have been sieging down every single aspect. Godspeed low.
Wow. Just an HP to save him there. However, already looking at the aggression onto the mid inhibitor from the side of SATUL. Madara looking for a possible tectonic charge, but the positioning is just very safe from the side of SATUL right now. There we go. Hard guard comes in, and the engage is there. Godspeed going to be taken out very low by IQ SATUL, and they're still trying to get something out of this, but they're just going to be having to back off. The inhibitors are still intact for the side of EVT.
Oh my god, right now Godspeed is the only one who can step out of the turret to clear the lanes,
And each time he does, he's getting punished left and right. Look, once again, Anti dives in along with Asuna. He can't even go out without the hard guard. I mean, he's dying. He's losing half his HP just from
Exactly.
basic attacks being thrown around.
Yep, and the fact that like they're so calculated with their engages. They're like, Apex is gonna go poke in, Shenzu will use up the hard guard, we let it expire, and then we'll go in again. So it's like a dive in, dive out, and then go full on engage. And look at Godspeed, he doesn't even have a level 12 yet. So what can the man really do? He's a Lancelot playing at 70 MS on the Mumbai server and getting pressured by Anti and Apex like that. It just feels bad for him because we've seen Godspeed's potential into the Bengal server when he has a little bit of jungle advantage. The man is a beast on the Lancelot, but this time around, IQSA2L, they're simply not allowing that.
Yeah, I mean, even in the previous game, the only reason SATUL took so long to end that game was because of Godspeed pulling off miracle plays. Look at that. Once again, Crisis Firaga armor just exploded out of there. Oh, beautiful catch by Apex.
Again, there we go. There's the engage coming in as well. Anti might need to go in, but he doesn't have the HP to, so I believe that SATUL will just have to be satisfied. The conceal comes in, but then inhibited, and Anti actually goes in with the Throne of Ruin. He finds one though, and is going to be in a little bit of danger, but the sustain is crazy right now. He finally gets bursted by Crisis, but Corey and Mother are gonna fall because of Radiance. Curtain Call and the Soul Sever coming in by Jay. He's in the middle of 4 people and is sustaining it all. He makes it out alive. He finds two. The turret takes him down, but the minions are charging in. Crisis is the lone survivor. Elusivity Esports are trying their best to stay as alive as they possibly can, dragging out the minions, waiting for some kind of an advantage. Lasting Insanity though comes in, bursts this out too quick. However, this might just be a miracle defense that they pull off.
And even that defense came up due to, I think, SATUL getting a little impatient and trying to end that game before it reaches the late game. Otherwise, I don't think we would have seen those kills even on Jay. He would not have been shut down at all. In fact, this is his first actual kill that has given them gold. I think it was a very heavy shutdown because the last time he was taken out, the KD was at 0-0. And now it's at 6-1. It was at 6-1 and 8 when he was taken out. So I think EVT got a fresh injection of gold, and that allowed Godspeed to actually get his endless battle. He also needs to get his Malefic Roar before he can really pose a threat. But I don't think SATUL is going to take this game any longer. All the inhibitors have been exposed. All the damage has been dealt. The base has already been, Aegis has already been threatened even without a Lord. And look at Radium's build, by the way. This guy is going in of almost all damage. This is the first defense item I've seen him make apart from Brute, because I call Brute as a hybrid item, to be honest, with the amount of damage it deals. Anti there with the Chastise Pauldron going in for the Guardian Helmet on top of it, stacking HP left and right. And this is the final Lord, Sarah. What? Sarah, they've taken down Apex. The shutdown is there. They managed to hold on to the Lord. Somehow Shenzu also gets the kill on Asuna. EVP. How are they doing this?
They are actually pulling off the miracle defense one after another. That's 3 lords into this game. IQSA2 is still holding the 7,000 goal lead, but they just can't seem to find an end to this match. I do not know what's going wrong for them. It's possibly the fact that their synergy felt just a little bit off into that last fight, Baldo, don't you think?
For sure. I feel like, again, SATUL, they're not able to effectively utilize their draft when they're sieging. What are they doing during the siege every single time? They clumped up, allowing the Xbox Last Insanity to give them so much utility for EVT.
Yep.
And Godspeed and Shenzu were there to clean up everything. Shenzu got a very sneaky hard guard steal in the back. It was actually supposed to be Godspeed, but Godspeed within just 2 minutes has finished his Malefic Roar because of the amount of shutdowns these guys have got for themselves.
And like SATUL at the moment, they're losing their goal lead just little by little. And I believe that they are going to need some kind of an engage. And Madara getting bursted down though. And the Throne of Ruin comes in on the 3 once more. Godspeed tried to go in for some kind of an engage, but he's getting melted down. Will get the knock up and will fire Radium will be the one finding the kill. Chenzo left out alone in the middle of 4 people will get taken down to 2-0 so far. The minions charging in from all sides. The mid wave has to be cleared, but Raging Sandstorm coming in from Apex. They're still fighting it out. Crisis is low, has to go back to base. Lasting Insanity gets bursted down in an instant. Apex flickers out of that situation, will be able to save himself. Jedo still looking for the Soul Saber. On to Corey, right there. He gets taken down by Asuna, 4-0. Crisis flickers, tries to save his team, but the base is wide open for SATUL to secure. 2-0 once more. Two clean sweeps being secured by IQ SATUL just on the first day of their performance into the round robin stage.
6 points, Sarah. 6 points in 2 matches has been secured by SATUL. I think that is the best day one any team could ask for. I think they're tied, if I'm not wrong, with SS right now.
Yep.
Am I not wrong? They're tied with Sacred Shrine in 2 games compared to Sacred Shrine's 3 games played, if I'm not wrong. If that is the correct number I have at hand. So there is the MVP of the day. Jay with his second MVP. He is giving serious competition to Anti and Apex right now. This man has got KD of 7, 2 and 9. The only first death way in the early and one very in the very end. The stats don't lie, as SATUL in complete domination from the start to finish. 9 of 9 turrets to 1, 3 turtles to none, 2 lords to none, tied in the gold buffs, but the Azures all in Soul's favor. Lancelot being denied his Azure constantly.
It's actually amazing, yeah, like you were mentioning, it's actually amazing how Jay is farming up VPs, and even the fact that he is going to be getting that rich guy once again this game as well. Radium of course did prioritize on the Sea Halberd, which made SATUL really able to burst down those Flask of Oasis shields coming in from Shenzhou, and that's simply one of the reasons why EVT's draft didn't work out this time around. And also the fact that Godspeed got absolutely molested by Apex and Anti into his jungle. He was at level 11 or 12 at like the 13 or 14 minute mark. That is insane for a jungler to be so far behind.
I think the word we should be using is harassed. But that aside, looking at, I think Crisis did provide a lot of utility for their side. I mean, the ball pick was a good draft. I think, Sarah, at the very end, when these guys jumped in, like they got that comeback, I still don't understand what gave EVT the confidence to step out of their pace. And that deep, they went in towards the Lord, hoping to contest with an 8k gold deficit. So I think that was a major error. There is a difference between getting a shutdown under your Aegis and another one against your opponents when you're in their own territory, which is the entire map at that point. The head-to-head over there, look at the amount of damage sustained by God. This man is playing a EXP laner at this point with the amount of damage he's taking out. He did get his items quite late, but it was too late by the time he did get them. Shenzhou, I think, doing a decent job, but how much do you heal at the end of the day? It is not going to matter if your team is not able to dish out the same damage, if the goal difference is more than 13k.
And ironically enough, even though Asuna was a Jushin, he had like 7k turret damage dealt. That's actually a funny thing to see, but that's Asuna, bro. You know how he plays on the Chang'e, he's pulling off the same thing on the Jushin this time. And this man, of course, made such a huge difference. Despite Corey taking in more damage, the Alice was way more impactful in terms of crowd control and zone and, of course, everything else. And that shows in the stats as well. Rich Kai, the carry, both goes to Jay. Madara, definitely the sandbag from the side of EVT, did manage to take in so much of damage. And this time around, Asuna was like, I'll give you the kills and I'll be the wingman myself. But yeah, that's just Asuna how he is.
Yup, and SATUL dropping into Mythic Showdown Season 2's round robin with a statement. You can play all the games you like. We just need 2 to catch up to every single one of you. So SATUL has made their mark in the Mythic Showdown Season 2. And now it's up to the other teams to give their response And we're finally going to be seeing a change in this roster. SATUL is finally going to go take a break. After traumatizing every team they've played against, it's going to be Noctura and Daku Sena in the next game they're going to come up and have a really amazing game. I think both these teams right now, Noctura especially not having a single point to their name just yet, need this points as soon as possible. And on the other side, Daku Sena, DS also need their points, because right now they're breaking quite even. They have been pushed out of the top three, top four right now. Crux Requiem took their spot yesterday, and Soul has pushed out CRX too. So at right now, as soon as possible, DS needs their points. And with the performance Noctura has been having so far, I think this is the most comfortable chance at a clean sweep that DS can get.
Truly enough, it's going to be a do or die game for both the teams, Noctura as well as Daku Sena. It does look like Noctura has technically lost out on their top 4 qualification chances. However, they can still go in for a higher position into the leaderboard if they want to. And Daku Sena, they've got only 3 points so far. So they'll definitely be looking to gain some more to have a possible chance of securing a top 4 for themselves. But that is it, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to like the stream, because at 500 likes, we are having a 10,000 diamond giveaway for you all. So make sure to like, share and subscribe. This was me, Sarah, alongside Baldo, and we will soon be back with game number 3 for tonight.
ladies and gentlemen, once again we are back into the Mythic Showdown Season 2, presented to you by War Drum Games, of course. And I guess my co-partner or my co-host out here is most happier than any one of you out there could ever be. So again, with that in mind, we would love to welcome you to the third match of the night, that is between Team Noctura versus Team Daku Sena. And when I say Daku Sena, it also has an initial of my co-host, that is Sarah. So hey Sarah, how are you feeling about this matchup?
Hello, and I am actually kind of hyped up for this game because on one hand, I am prepared for the worst situation of all things, and on the other hand, I am also prepared for the road which will show me hope for my beloved members of a certain team. But other than that, jokes aside, this is between Noctura and Daku Sena. Noctura have already lost out 3 of their games into the round robin stage, all 0-2s, so which means they have not yet opened any points into the leaderboard. That also means that their chances of making it up under the top 4 are very, very, very slim right now. Daku Sena has 3 points in 2 games, which means they still have a chance to barely make it up until top 4 or 5. So both the teams here will definitely be looking to give it a performance of their lives in order to gain any single point that they possibly can.
I think bagging these points in a clean fashion, right, 2 zeros would be very crucial for the teams. In fact, so that we have not seen SZ2L play any of the games, but today they played both of the games and they won completely without any trouble. So now the standing has again changed, right? The standing that was there from yesterday, it has changed today. So we'll keep on, witnessing these changes out there very often. But I do tell you, ladies and gentlemen, that the 4th position will be the one that will be most fought after. It can even get to the point that the points are so close that we might have a tiebreaker for the 4th position. So at least for now, Team RNTX are the number 1 on the leaderboard. They have their slot pretty much, locked in, I would say. Not too much of a problem. But again, who's gonna get the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th questions, right? In order to answer the questions, we will have the matches right now. As Daku Sena, they are much closer to getting that top 4 slot secured, at least for the first half of the round robin stage. We'll just see how it boils down, or how it actually turns out for this team. But again, previous 2 games, I think we had a very fiery audience, let's just say. I think a lot of demands from them as well, but I hope the audience from this time around just be a bit nicer to us, because hey, we are just trying to give the best we can, and even we can get overwhelmed. So yeah, understand your part. Also, we would love for you to understand our part, and our beloved casters would try to give the best quality that we can, provided that whatever has been instructed to us. So with that in mind, ladies and gentlemen, we'll soon move into the game. It's just 20 seconds wait. I think that's shorter than how much you need to cook your Maggie. So wait for that seconds while me and Sarah just smile at you, and you look at our creepy smiles. So hey, just 10 seconds away, Sarah. What are your thoughts? I've seen in a lot of tournaments the top priority picks for few teams have been very different. If we talk about different regions, then maybe some of the same heroes that we see would be the Garud Kacha, the Lapu Lapu, the Eve as well. Like, these heroes are the heroes that you would want to open your draft with. So do you think both of these teams also prioritize these heroes quite often?
Very often. The Esme and Eve, I believe, is the priority pick for the side of Daku Sena, while Noctura loves the Lapu, the Hayabusa, Serarmun loves his hero, and of course onto the mid lane, the Eve and the Farsa for Faden. So those are some heroes which Daku Sena needs to watch out for very carefully, and most possibly not open the Hayabusa and the Fredrin for Serarmun. At least that's what the instructions say. However, it's going to depend up to them on what they actually want to be doing into this game. Noctura, on the other hand, they have an amazing early game very often, but somehow they lose out their late game Shinju. Why do you think is that?
I think with a lot of changes in the lineup, especially after 2 of the members have been recently changed, and even the lineup kind of being reformed, I think they have not found their stability, like the stability where they need to actually get in sync with each other to match the synergies. Because sometimes it's like the micro are very good. The micros are on point. Sometimes they might just get targeted very often because of which they cannot really perform as well as, as good as they would normally in normal circumstances. But again, I think that synergy when it comes down to a team at a platform like this is very different. Like you're talking about the top of the top teams into this, in the scene, which are coming to compete for a whooping prize pool of 4 lakh INR, and plus there are tires as well. So I think, many teams, they would also opt for different strategies. They would do a lot of homework. They would do a lot of, research before they come into the game. So there's always a way to crack your opponents, right? And I think Noctura so far, because of their instabilities in the lineup, have been the team that has been, I think, marked down pretty easily by these other teams, because of which they have been, not getting that good start that they have looked for. But again, it's still, like we mentioned, there is a chance for the teams to climb back. But the thing is, they have to win each and every game from here on, like every game. When I say
That
every.
too a clean sweep, and with the opponents remaining for both of these teams, I believe that is going to be a very, very, very humongous task for them. Like Daku Sena has RNTX to fight, SA2L, EDT, and Sacred Shrine. Literally the top 4 contenders of the leaderboard right now, and Noctura does also have the similar matchups. They have got SA2L left, they have got, I believe, Sacred Shrine left. So it's going to be a very, very risky thing for both of these teams. Noctura, of course, if they still plan on tryharding and just for the prize pool purposes to get up to the 5th or 6th spot, they can, but they technically do not have a chance to make it up until top 4, even if they win out the rest of their 4 games after tonight. Like, they win 4, they get 12 points. That's not going to be enough for them to qualify, don't you think?
Let's just think at a very hypothetical situation. Let's say most teams have lost for the 4th slot. Now, maybe Noctura has a chance, but then again, I think playing with a mindset that you will not qualify already would not give a big, impact into your gameplay as well. So I think, let's just hope for the best. And that's what team Noctura needs to go for, because again, these players are very talented, very good at micro, like I've already mentioned, right? So maybe keep the motivation up. Maybe, if you have reached this far, why just settle for less? Try to get it for the most. And again, just off topic, ladies and gentlemen, don't forget that we have a 10,000 dice giveaway tonight happening at the 500 like mark. So make sure you like the stream while you're also watching, because who knows, you can be the lucky winner tonight, because we are just waiting for you guys to, show the effort so we can give you the reward for that. So put in the effort, ladies and gentlemen, so we can give it the effort. But again, while we wait for the teams to, get ready with the draft as well, I think just some ping test and everything just needs to be done so the teams can play in a proper way. But again, just what a quick turnaround. The draft will be coming very soon, I guess.
Yeah.
So, in a way, I think what makes the team unique is the player themselves. So are there any unique picks that you have seen, especially from the side of Team Daku Sena, that kind of stands out for you?
Uranus Jungle, I've seen Ryu play that out pretty often, but other than that, I think their draft has been very obvious and very normal. And also the fact that they love the pure marksman onto their goal lane, like the carry, the Nathan, and somehow Funny Valentine just makes it work every single time. So hopefully that works out again for them. But judging from the current bans, if you could just see the screen a little bit fuller, it will be helpful for us, I believe. But as far as we can see, NOC will be banning out the Esmeralda and the Hilda, while Daku Sena is going for the Gacha ban. They should technically ban out the Hayabusa. Good job, ladies. Sorry, good job, boys.
Okay. Okay. It's all part of the plan. It's all of the part of the plan, ladies and gentlemen. I think everything that comes out of Sarah's mouth tonight has to be excused, has to be sometimes ignored, but still, she's just trying her best to contain herself. But again, like she mentioned, the bans needs to be on point. The Hayabusa is one of the threats. So is the Garud Kacha. I think for Elu, his Garud Kacha has been one of those heroes that is very difficult to actually go against. And coupled with the Eve from Faden, that can spell a lot of trouble. So you need to look out for this duo combos that can enable the mid lane. But while doing that, you cannot really lose focus of the side lanes, which are again more important. You go into this into this crucial games as well, isn't it, Sarah?
Exactly. And if I'm not wrong, I think that's Kimmy into the side of NOC, isn't it? So I guess Duba will not be playing tonight and it's going to be Kimmy instead. I think that's a strategy, because Kimmy used to play with DS quite a while back, and he knows a lot of the strategy which Daku Sena is capable of. So they are definitely going to be disallowing that into this game around, and for the final bans is going to be the CC and the Lapu Lapu. This means that NOC gets the Lancelot for themselves, they also get the Fredrin, they can get the Juxian or the Yve, and yeah, it is going to be the Yve into the first pick, which means that DS needs to think about what they want to pick up now.
I think it's still Kimmy playing out there, if I'm not mistaken. Like, I think Kimmy in the first. We'll figure it out. Never mind. Okay. But still, looking at the bans, the Eve, like I mentioned already, for Faden would be the priority from the side of Team NOC. Off to a good start, but again, you let go of the Grok plus the Dragon. I think that's too good of a set maker, man.
Plus Dragon, that's a very comfortable pick coming in by Jazz as well as Iron Bush. But this would also mean that, what's the name again? Noctura. Noctura does get two of their picks open as well. They can get possibly the Phoveus or the Arlot into their EXP. They could get the Alice as well. And I can't really see the heroes right now. Can we, Shinru?
Not really, but I think the Alice has been the pick, and so is the Fredrin. So, good denial plus good picks from the side of Team Noctura. But how do you answer this hero? I think maybe just pick up something onto
Xborg. Yep.
Okay. I take the Xborg for sure. Maybe Xborg. I was thinking maybe just pick up something to again fortify your mid lane maybe, because I think from here on the mid lane's options will really get reduced to a lot. But then again, we're talking about who is Peter. I mean, who is Peter? We'll see soon.
How is Peter?
But again, how is Peter? Where is Peter? But again, Xborg will be there, like you mentioned. Very good option. And before it got banned, good pick from the side of Team Daku Sena.
Yeah, definitely good.
And what do we expect to be on the mid lane for Peter though?
Juxian maybe, but then again, it's one of those heroes which NOC might just prio ban here, because they have seen Peter get 2 MVPs in a row with that Juxian, but no, they actually deny the Nathan and possibly the Harith up next, or maybe the carry itself. We never know what NOC could be banning right here, but Daku Sena, they possibly need to ban out on the Ruby. That's one choice for Kyle, or the Claude. We have seen Kyle be an absolute beast with that Claude into the previous few rounds. Or, worst comes to worst, the Chip. Kimmy is like significantly good onto that hero if he wants to play it out. But then again, the draft is going to be making quite some difference here. But yeah, it is going to be the Harith getting banned out from the side of Daku Sena.
And I think for Noctura, they can still actually pick up the... I'm not too big a fan of that combo though, but they can still pick up the Kalea maybe, or Kimmy if he wants to, but I don't like the combination of that, 3 heroes all together.
Yeah.
Maybe go for... Even, I think at this point, with Esmeralda being banned, why not go for the Mathilda? Like, good peel, but... Ooh, the carry though, looks really good out here.
Oh, Kyle could actually get his Moskov into this one.
True.
But
wait,
no,
Bruno? Okay.
Okay. I mean,
I
fine.
Honestly,
Yeah.
fine, but I'm honestly not a fan of the Yu Zhong against the Bruno matchup. But hey, the Mathilda on spot though looks really
Works
good
out.
on the paper. Works out well
Yeah.
though.
Will depend completely on how they execute this one. They've got the Alice and the Fredrin with the Matilda, so DS are going to be need to stacking up those dominant sides and see halberds as early as they possibly can. But the major part of the game is going to be relying on Peter this time, and Lunox, that's a choice, but he isn't that significantly present into the game when he plays up a Lunox, so what can DS make him play? Luowi?
Louis, wow. So, hats off, sir. Hats off, ma'am. Good prediction again. But still, Louis is so good for flanking the backline. Imagine the RWM has been spread out on the game. Team fights began, and then you just use the diversion, go to the backline, and boom, team fight is over. I mean, before even know. So in a
And
way,
they've
I
got
think
burst. And they've got
they
the
got
burst
burst.
damage.
They got shred, they got burst, they got shred, they got dive. So everything available. And also, like comparatively speaking, I think the Louis deals a lot more damage with the duality combo than the Eve in the early game too. So if they can put the pressure on towards this Fredrin, it's going to be very difficult for this mid trio to actually rotate around the map.
True. And the Matilda can make you rotate, sure, but so can the Luoi, right? She's got diversion onto her, and she's got Jazz protecting her into the front line. So that is definitely something which works out for the side of Daku Sena. But NOC as well, Seraramon onto the Fred is a big threat for the carry and the Luoi. Especially Luoi because she doesn't have any mobility whatsoever. Especially when the Fred, I know how Fredrin players play. They're gonna stack up on the creeps near you, and then they're gonna just boom, kaboom that Appraiser's Wrath onto your head. And that is exactly what Serrar is so good at. So that is something Luoi needs to be very careful about here, and Jazz needs to immediately act the moment Serarmon dives in towards Peter. So we'll see how that one works out. Iron Bush, though, will definitely be marking down Kyle. Doesn't have the Purify onto him, so the Petrify will definitely be useful. And Funny Valentine, of course, needs to wait out for his Trinity to just be able to shred as much as he possibly would like to.
Absolutely. I think the lineup needs a bit more time to actually get online from the side of team Daku Sena, but they also have the early game presence, so pretty rounded up drop. But again, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we will be moving into the game number 1 and third match of the night between Noctura versus Daku Sena at the Mythic Showdown Season 2, presented to you by War Drum Games, of course. And the voice of the games is going to be me, Shinryu, and I'm joined by Sarah, the double S combo out here. So let's see if it's lucky enough for Daku Sena, who also has an S in their name. So again, Noctura, they need to also secure the early game quite well for themselves, so the mid duo has to be active around the map. Now their mid duo will be coupled with the Fredrin, so mid trio most likely.
Yeah, and ironically enough, even in Mumbai, Ryu did miss out on the retribution. But yeah, the Serarmon does live in, the southern part of India, so he definitely isn't that affected by the server change in this one. So that's one advantage for Izzy. But mid-side, Matilda already taking in quite some amount of damage along with Peter. So Faden is still looking very healthy right now, and even the RWM. There we go. It's Daku Sena NOC, and we won't see a pause. Never gonna happen, Shinju.
Absolutely. I think the server could be probably one of the issues where the team could face with the ping mishaps. So we'll just try to fix it out again, ladies and gentlemen. Not too much of a trouble. It happens every time. So we just make sure the teams do not face any kind of, uncertainties or, let's just say, advantage among the other teams. But again, talking about the game, Noctura, they cannot do much about the poke damage from who is Peter. He's going to constantly hit you. Even if you're in the bush, the damage gets through you. And the good part about it is that it can also hit the back line. So even though, Faden is in front, is behind, Kyle, or not Kyle, but Kimi is in front, in behind, he can get the damage. The main thing they need to do is punish the early game. For Louis, for even the carry, they need to shut down carry as much as they can from the get-go. If they cannot secure that objective, then it will be very difficult for Noctura to actually get online, because a fed carry is already a lost game. I would say 9 out of the 10 cases, you cannot really get back into a game where the carry has been fed abnormally. So I hope we can keep that under check. But again, for the side of team Daku Sena, all they need to do is just play this game in the most normal manner they can, because they have the early game, they have the mid game. Late game is completely theirs, I would say, if the Bruno does not spike too early.
Yeah, honestly, the Bruno is going to be a changing factor for the side of NOC, along with the Fredrin too. But Serarmon is one of those players who loves to dive in with the Fredrin, but if he goes in alone a little too deep, the carry would instantly burst him down, because the crowd control from the side of DS is definitely quite a lot. They've got the Petrify, they've got the Tectonic Charge, they have also got the Yin Yang the combos However, they need to be aware of Kyle every single time as well.
True. I think the angles the side of team Noctura can go in is a lot more, but still, the way Team Daku Sena can punish is still also available there. But again, a bit of skirmish happening around there. Oh, we can see it now. So I think Kimi wanted to just open up the map. But again, up top though, Hidden Bush will get a bit of poke damage, but should be a-okay. The turtle is here. Both the teams bit hesitant, bit trying to poke each other down, but the dance should begin anytime soon.
Peter is getting marked down by Kimi though, if you notice, and Throne of Ruin comes in, flicker right on to Peter. Peter gets the yin yang combo, but Serarmun will be the one securing the turtle. Ryu misses out once more. Adamush left all alone to fight these people with the Petrify. On to Faden, doesn't have the mana, but he's gonna flicker out. Appraiser's Wrath bursts down the Viraga armor, but Haruka will be able to secure a kill onto the Yuzhong. Quick rotation from Kyle as well to provide the damage his team needs.
Absolutely, and this is an early lead from the side of Team Noctura. Not only they got the turtle, they also secured a kill, which will help their lineup to scale a lot better. Good fact, it did not go to the roam, it actually went to one of the side laners, so the lead or in the laning phase it would help a little bit, but again, for how long is the question. If you get ganked, if you get, completely disconnected from your team into those, rotations, I think it can be easily punished because one fact, they have a Louis. So the rotation is something Team Daku Sena will always have the priority over. Anytime they get the vision around the map, they will instantly rotate to the other side. And if you talk about the level ranking, you can see Sarar Moon will be on the lead, and most of the members from Team Noctura are on the lead in level ranking. So I think Daku Sena, they need to keep a note of that. They need to get the economy as well as the experience lead back to their side, because if they want to get things started, they need to go with those early engages for themselves. And if they do not do that thing, I think it will be very difficult for them to do it in the mid half of the game, when the power spike will be already reached for some of the members of Team Noctura.
Truly, well said there. And honestly here, Kimi is pressuring Peter a lot, and that is making quite some difference for the side of Noctura, because look at Kyle. He is being able to actually freely get some hits onto his minions inside the enemy territory. And there is no answer from DS as well. So right now, they are simply avoiding as many fights as possible. But look at the turtle fight. 5 members now from the side of Noctura already at the turtle. Ryu though trying to definitely get some damage, but the Firaga armor is the one in danger. Yes, and it's already being taken out. Adam Bush needs to find Faden if they want to win this. Kimi uses up the Circling Eagle. RWM comes in with the Throne of Ruin. Faden is going to find the kill onto Ryu already. Adam Bush trying to do as much as he possibly can, but the damage from Kyle is a little too much to handle. Needs to back off. Another turtle will be secured by the side of Noctura.
Yup, but again, I think they want to look for more, Jazz. Goes by.
Very close.
The bonk landed, but not at the right place, so still okay. But here comes the diversion. Oh,
Seramun taking some damage though, and okay, lasting insanity comes in as well. But Kimi will be the only one taking any damage from that. And look at the lane swap coming in though. But this is gonna give Kyle some edge because it's a dragon versus a very ranged Kyle, and the damage output is already in.
It's not looking too good with the lane swap as well, but I hope they can actually at least get the scaling done, especially for Daku Sena. They have not gotten the best start to this game that they would like for themselves. They are getting zoned out quite often because of the AoE skills the side of Team NOC has. And yes, the dragon is going in, but the problem is the rest of the team is kind of getting cut off from the turtle pit or the the area where the fight is happening because of the RWM, because of the Alice as well. And Sarar Moon is doing a very good job in getting the poke, so as well as the taunt, so the enemies cannot get out of the RWM or the skills that they're trying to lock them in. But so far, good thing is that none of the turrets, none of the tier 1s have been taken down, so the map space is still intact for both these teams, so they can farm pretty freely. Should not be afraid of farming around the map. But the diversion,
Tectonic charge as well on the Faden, and he is gonna get bursted down instantly. Saran Mundo in danger here. He gets the double. Ryu finally a little bit online, and DS are going to be able to secure 2 kills with that diversion play. I think that the diversion is one of the only things towards the late game which is going to be making a major difference. And now the turret onto the top side is very definitely open for the side of Daku Sena to take. However, circling
Funny Valentine.
from Funny Valentine. Oh, and the Throne of Ruin flicker comes in from Haruka, and they're completely marking Funny Valentine down. But Ryu is gonna find a kill onto Haruka right into the turret, but the turret gets taken down anyway.
No losses yet from the side of Team NOC, but the turtle completely stripped off, or off the notice, off the grid from the side of Team DS Jungler. So I think Team Noctura will take the opportunity, and it's actually Kyle taking it down. But what?
This is looking bad for the side of Daku Sena with the amount of burst that Kyle is already dealing, and it's not even 8 minutes, ladies and gentlemen. And look at Kimmy, bro. He's a Matilda and is pushing out the lane all by himself. Just insane right now. And honestly, the goal difference as well, it is in favor of Noctura. And Kyle is simply just gonna be farming up as much as he possibly can.
Yeah, but let's take a good look at the game, right? They have taken down 2 tier 1s from the side of Team Noctura. So in fact, despite losing in the goal department, in the kill department, I think they are doing good in terms of the objective. And if we talk about the itemization as well, Bruno already has locked in 2 items. Carry, Funny Valentine needs to get the second items locked in as well. So in terms of damage, the Bruno will definitely deal much more, especially for the side of Team Noctura. Of the gold difference, they can actually do much better in terms of the itemization at this point. But for Daku Sena, they need to just settle with some of their core items, especially for Funny Valentine, especially for who's Peter. And if they don't get their items, it's going to be a bit difficult for them to deal the damage. But again, like you mentioned, the diversion would be a very good way for them to actually get those kills. But again, Jazz trying to open up the vision, will get a bit of poke damage. Still okay, still fine. But will they be fine when the Lord will be coming or spawning in the Land of Dawn? Because you can already see the side of Team Noctura trying to put a good setup, but the diversion, once again,
comes in. They're trying to mark down Kyle, bro, but you know when a UOE teleports is actually visible on the map, so it doesn't work that way anymore. But Jazz, that would have been a very good setup if his teammates were near him, but they just weren't, so it's just sad for them right there. But catching up Ryu every single time is the strategy for the side of NOC right now. But ironically enough, in terms of level, Ryu is a slight bit ahead of Serarmon, 12 to 11. So we'll have to see how this Lord goes. Ryu, bro, it's your server, it's your entry, just do it. But the entire thing is going to be depending on Aaron Bush, on how much he is able to zone away Serarmon, which technically doesn't look possible right now. Ryu needs to go for it. Lasting Insanity is still available for him, but the Throne of Ruin onto 4 people. But Jazz is gonna find Haruka into the backline. Peter getting marked down, but he gets the stuns right in. But Serarmon is gonna secure the Lord once more and find the kill onto Ryu as well. DS very low, they need to back up. But Serarmon gets taken down, but Kyle is here though.
Kyle?
He might just find the kill, but Peter flickers out right on time. Kimmy trying to give him the guiding winds towards Jazz, but however, DS makes it out alive.
This is like a bit of downside of not having the power spike, but once again, there will be the wall locking. Like, so good wall, what the heck? It completely locked down the minions, like they could not do anything. They could not even push down the tier 1 onto the mid lane, so they will hold on towards that, not letting the mid, map side to be more broadened by the side of Team Noctura. As of now, they need to just push with the Lord. They need to sync the waves very properly to get more advantage. Tier 1 from the bot lane will be falling very much, and again you can see mid lane is getting cleared out, so not too much of a luck for Team Noctura to actually try and take down the tier 1 onto the mid lane. But again, hide on bush, get a bit of poke damage, but Jazz wants to use the Cyclone Eye to get to the other side of the map, but could not. But again, the second tier falls from the bot to the top. Second tier as well, I think it's gone as good. Noctura, they're getting a lot out of this Lord here, Sarah. Daku Sena, they are
risky moves for all of these players right here. Jazz is the one taking the damage, and even Ryu, his Viraga armor isn't staying up for that long as we would like it to. And that is why, like I mentioned, you do not give the Fred to Serarmon. But of course, they are still trying though, and the little ray of hope is the carry who is still on a 0-1-2. And of course, Peyton is the one who gets caught out, and now it's a 1-1-2 for Funny Valentine. And they might just be looking for a possible engage. Kyle is in danger. The diversion is coming in. Can he be caught? No. He gets caught, but the flicker play. He is still alive. The Throne of Ruin into the backline. Haruka takes down Funny Valentine. They are still going in for more reprisals. Rather's gonna find who is Peter. Ryu, Jazz, and Dave are gonna be backing off as much as possible, but they lock down Kyle, but he has the dash. Circling Wind's gonna knock them up. However, Noctura will have the better of the trades into that team fight.
They were really looking too good in taking down the members, but they lost two of their core damage dealer, and now they will be in trouble. Kyle was really low, but now he's full HP because of the heal from both Kimmy as well as his item that's going to be the Heart's Claw. This is like pretty much a problem, and now he has completed his fourth item, the Rose Gold Meteor 2, and this Bruno is going to even get more scaling if he completes his last item. I think for Funny Valentine, he just locked. Oh, wait, Haruka. No, he got isolated and taken down.
Kimmy, though,
Black
still
Dragon.
very low, but he does have the Guiding Winds to escape. However, the diversion play is coming in once again, but it's just going to be on towards the top side. I do think they should have saved it out for the Lord. And now into the mid lane, Peter is the one in danger. He needs to back off. Yeah, he backs off. Okay, good enough. However, Kimmy, though, in a bit of danger here and will be backing up as well. Serrar Mundo marking high on Bull definitely will get the passive online, and that's going to poke Serrar just a little bit before the Lord comes up. And Daku Sena are the ones starting off on the Lord this time around, even with a goal deficit.
Yep, and again, this time Daku Sena will have the advantage, but for how long?
Oh, RWM catches 5 of them, and Hiram Bush is gonna get melted out in a second. And of course, TS cannot really fight that, but Kimmy gets melted out by Funny Valentine as well. But the Jazz will be the one securing the kill. Saramon tried to find somebody, but Daku Sena are just gonna be backing off after losing out that Lord.
Yep, they could have gotten the Lord, but they did not have the most advantage out of that. But again, I think they need to hold on to their inhibitors, because a bit more time for the carry to lock his items would be sufficient for Daku Sena to try and just turn the tide. In terms of the KDA or the score on the board is just 947.
Yep.
Almost 14 minutes into the game. The lead up until now has been onto the side of Team Noctura, but I think some of the shutdowns can give them astronomical amount of gold lead back, because they have huge bounties on towards them, especially for Kyle. If they can get a shutdown with Kyle, it'll be very good. But again, the Lord here onto the side of Team Noctura marching down.
Haruka definitely looking for some kind of a set though, and Peter and Funny Valentines are the only ones who can try and defend this second Lord of the game, I believe, and DS actually managed to keep their inhibitors still now. So that's one good sign for them to stay alive in this game. But Haruka though, definitely looking for some kind of an engage, but he is gonna back off because the minions weren't there to enter. But the RWM Tectonic Charge as well, lasting insanity at the same time, but the Guiding Winds is there to save them. Throw the fluid onto 4 people into the back line. Faden will find the kill onto Ryu. Peter and Funny need to back off, and the Kyle with the damage, but Faden finds a double onto Hiron Bush as well. 3 members left, only 3 to defend the base from the humongous minions. Gonna be charging in from both the top and bot lane as well as mid, but Kimmy, Winter Crown is not gonna be enough to save him. Jazz is the one with the killing spree, surprisingly.
Like, at least they held on to their base. They lost 2 inhibitors. They could not do much about that. Even the bodies that were fell, they cannot do much about that. So far, I think it's still good enough for Team Daku Sena. They are holding on to their base. They are holding on to the mid inhibitor. The Lord is few seconds away, and I think now they have the big guns to pull. Now they can actually kind of narrow down the damage to an equal manner to which they can actually punish the members of Team Noctura as well. If you see for Bruno, he has completed his build for the carry. He's 3 items in, waiting for the 4th one. Most likely the Malefic Gun, locked it in, and now it's up.
Okay. Ryu, he needs to be the one to go in for something, and funnily enough, the Praisers Wrath, it is not dealing that much damage, finally. But they are still at a 7k gold deficit, and if they want to come back, they need to shut down Kyle at all costs. And if that does not happen, and they mark down something like maybe Serarmon, they are going to be losing out on a lot of advantage, because if they use up their skills on a tank like that, he might not even die, and then Kyle will be the one getting free hits all over the team of Daku Sena. Ryu though needs to be the one to provide some vision here. Diversion
Diversion.
to the mid bush will be spotted, and the damage comes in. Haruka trying to take in
Kyle.
some damage, but he's get taken
Kyle.
down. Kyle flickers out at the last second. Ryu doesn't have the immortality though. They need to protect him. The RWM
RW.
comes in. Kyle is gonna find the mega kill instead. I told you do not focus that hard onto one member, and that is the mistake you made. DS with the
No
blunder
way.
right here, but they're still looking to go in, but they can't possibly do it. Hanabush trying to get the petrify play, but it won't be enough.
Wait, Jazz.
Jazz is taking way too much damage. Shutdown being secured. Bunny Valentine is gonna fall as well. Faden finds the kill. Unstoppable for Kyle onto the back line. Gonna take down Peter, and now they're going for the base. It's only the dragon left open. He is not going to be able to defend this alone. Daku Sena will lose out on the first game, and NOC take a 1-2-0.
Quite different from what we expected, and it did happen what we talked about, right? The snowball from the Bruno, like the power spike being ahead of the carry, it definitely came through. And I think from the point where Team Noctura got the goal or the advantage from their side, especially after getting those 2 kills as well as the turtle, they were looking pretty settled about getting the goal into their side. But the diversion play in the first half was looking so good. It was almost as if Team Daku Sena was turning the tide, but we didn't see enough of those. Like, it was there, but it was not concentrated to the point to punish the member. Or maybe Noctura, they sort of saw it coming, like once it was done. Like, I think in the bot lane they tried it again, but they saw it. Like the Bruno, the Kyle, he ran away from that and he saw it coming. So in a way, Daku Sena just needs to settle down to a portion that what do they want to do around the map? Like, do they want to farm the carry, or do they want to go for the the surprise plays with the Louis? Because if they try to do both, then sometimes their damage dealer will be left completely unguarded. Other times they will lose sight of the objectives, which happened quite a while. I think none of the turtles and none of the lords were secured by Ryu in this game. So I think if Daku Sena, they need to, if they want to win, they need to start by securing the objectives, not more. Because in terms of the structures, they took down 2 turrets very early on. I don't know what happened from there, but Kyle, man, was a monster in this game.
Yep, you gave him the space with giving away. The first mistake was giving away the Fredrin. The Fredrin created so much space for Kyle to just farm up every single time, take down the Firagar every single time, and also secure the retributions. So of course Kyle is the one who gets farmed up, 508, no one to even mark him down, and Funny Valentine couldn't even catch up to the final item before NOC, just got that snowball for themselves. And end of the day, they did win it out. Kimi as well, he did a decent job of protecting his teammates, but end of the day, how much can you really heal if the enemy draft is like that? But the major mistake, I believe, was giving away the Fredrin. That is what changed things for the side of NOC, because Serranmun on the Fred, just something you do not want to see.
True indeed, and I think, not to overshadow anyone, but I think the dragon, the work he was picked for, he was trying to do that, but at some point he was not getting the backup he was looking for, right? Like, he was there. He was there in the front line. He was getting the taunt. I mean, he was getting the stuns. He was getting the petrify combos as well. But the follow-up, and even if the follow-up came up, I think the timing from Faden was so spot on with the RWM, man.
Exactly.
And then, if you're not worried about that, hey, don't forget about Haruka. He'll go in and
that is
use the
what.
Blue in.
That's just such a combo. Like, the RWM lands, Haruka goes in with his first skill, Throne of Ruin. The moment it is halfway charged, he flickers in and there's 4 people into his range. And they can't even run because there's the RWM boundary in front of them and they get immobilized. Of course, in damage dealt, gold, KDA, everything technically, Kyle is better this time around. The carry just didn't get to come online as much as he would have possibly liked to, and that kind of just spoiled the entire thing for Daku Sena's draft.
Absolutely. I think the objective to shut down the gold laner was not attained by the side of Daku Sena, so that kind of spelled the problem. But in terms of the counter matchup, I think they had a very good ways to actually reach the backline, especially with the Grok. They can get the combos as well as the dragon can dive in. but we saw very less of that. The diversion too, it was there of course, but not really converted. And while it was converted, it just happened very less number of time. And I would say Kimi as a roamer, he enabled a lot, like with the circling eagle, with the guiding wind.
Yeah.
He was able to keep his teammates alive a lot longer.
Look at
And I
Jazz
think
team
that-
fight participation, bro.
100%. Like I think Jazz was there, but it was almost as if like what does he do when the backline is in problem, right? Not like at certain points. I think the frontline was also in problem in this game. Like,
Yeah. That is
so
what. Of
Wow.
course, Kyle, literally everything, rich guy, the carry. He did so much for the side of NOC, while Jazz, highest damage taken, and Kimmy being the wingman. Of course, it's a Matilda, that's a given. Like, you pick up a Matilda, it's basically your farming assist. That's all you can technically do on a Matilda, while providing a lot of heal. And the fact that the dragon went in every single time and did actually got the petrifies, the only reason his team could not give the backup was because the Matilda, one, took away his teammates and protected them with the guiding winds, and two, was Haruka constantly locking down on Peter as well as Funny Valentine into the backline. So those things really changed up a lot into this game scenario, despite Daku Sena having a on paper better kind of draft.
I think the execution part really depends on what type of lead you get in the early game. For Daku Sena, they kind of needed the lead in the early game as well, but unfortunately they were not able to attend. Maybe they were trying to match up the tempo from the side of team Noctura, but it was not really necessary. They could have just built their own tempo with the surprise plays, or with those sandwich plays more likely. If not for the surprise pick off, they can just put the, if not the Louis going to the backline, they just could have put the dragon with the diversion and let him just go from the behind. That could have worked. Maybe like they could have stopped the escape routes, or maybe even force out the flicker, or cancel the RWM, because the RWM only came through after the Black Dragon form was used up. So in a way, there was nobody to actually counter that RWM, and timing was just too good with the Throne of the Ruins, like perfectly in sync, I would say. And I think for Daku Sena, they need to break this combo. But Sarah, maybe a bit of a good news for our viewers is the fact that we have reached 5,000 likes. I'm not 5,000, 500 likes and 10,000 dice. Oh my god, now I feel bad. My 10,000 dice salaries will be going to 10, Sarah. Like, I'm 10,000 rupees, 10,000 dice poor. Thank you, everyone. I don't feel too happy about that now. But again, I think about this game, yes, there's still a chance for Daku Sena to just, draft a bit differently. Not differently, but execute it a bit differently, because just play for your objective, play for the things that you need to do at most. From there on, you just see how or what is working and adjust from the time. But again, in Noctura, they have the match point, and this could very well be their first victory if they just 2-0 Daku Sena here. Maybe a good sign, but for Daku Sena, if they want to stay in the top 4, they need to win this. Even with a 2-1, I think it's still possible. Like, they have to get the victory at this point.
Truly, and the fact that you get the draft right, but you give away that one singular Fredrin pick is changing so much for the side of Daku Sena. I just simply cannot stress on that enough. Like, despite instructions over and over again, if some people don't listen to you, this is exactly what happens, ladies and gentlemen. So listen to the people who care about you. But other than that,
Okay.
Noctura, they pulled off an amazing feat. This is technically their very first victory into, the
Round robin stage.
round
in the
robin.
Mythic
Yeah, I
Showdown.
just zoned out. I zoned out. My head is not in the right
I don't
space right
blame you.
now.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you. I know nobody would like to see their favorite players playing that way, right? I would want my favorite team and favorite players to win as well. So yes, like Sarah mentioned, this could be their first registered win in the round robin stage from the side of Noctura, but
Oh,
this time they at least banned the Fredrin. I think somebody would be much more happier with that change in this round.
I mean, kind of, yes, true. But they are still technically giving away the Hayabusa, so not so happy still. However, Daku Sena, they have the Lapu Lapu into their hands. That's a comfort pick. They have banned out the Esmeralda from the side of NOC as well, but they have the Jukshin and the Grok into the mid lane. So that's a huge amount of mid control. The Yve is banned out by Daku Sena, so they can't really pick up the Yve against Faden anymore. The Kagura is an option, but Peter doesn't play the Kagura, so once more they might just be stuck with the Luoi again, or maybe the Kimi at best. But with the nerfed Kimi, how much can you really do? So it's going to be reliant on the Valentina and the Khalid. Interesting
Not big
combo.
fan of this combo. Not
And
big fan
Kyle,
of this combo.
not a fan at all, and Kyle gets his Harith. So technically, the gold lane should be a winning one for Kyle once more.
I mean, they can still pull up I think the Nathan for Funny Valentine. That's a good matchup, but I don't think so. Noctura will leave it open at all. So now they're banning up the Hayabusa. So Ryu could have gone for the Hayabusa against the Luxian as well as for the Harith in some case, but still not be available. But you can see already 3 of the heroes which were used in the previous game by the side of Team Daku Sena, not the Daku Sena, but Noctura, will be banned by Daku Sena. So I think it's a good sign that they are understanding what the other team are trying to go with. But again, you're still giving away some of their comforts, isn't it? Here for Faden, for Kyle, these are their comfort, and even for Kimi in some regard too. But who's gonna burst down the Croc? I think they needed a bit more damage onto the mid lane, maybe some kind of a little bit more burst damage. Especially, I think even if they wanted, they could have gone for the Lilia, which whose Peter can use.
Yeah,
Like,
he can.
Lilia could have
actually.
worked.
Lilia would actually have worked, but again, might not have crossed their minds, ironically. But NOC, Hayabusa, and Granger ban definitely justified. That's one prime gold lane for Funny Valentine and prime jungle for Ryu taken out already. However, the last ban for the side of Daku Sena, maybe the Uranus, maybe what can they really ban here? Maybe the Joy for Serarmon? I'm not or the Suyo. Oh yeah, the Suyo could be working out. However, Daku
I think-
Sena
Maybe they'll go for the X-Borg. I just have a feeling.
are not.
One
It's
of
the
them.
Baxia. Okay, it is going to be the
They have
Baxia.
options. They have a couple of options, right?
Yep.
Suyo, like you were right.
It is the Suyo.
Makes sense.
Yep,
Yes, sir.
and Ryu needs to decide what he wants to pick up here. He's got a heavy front line in front of him. What jungle? Xpog is open, Joy is open, Yisun Shin is open, and yeah, those are the 3 options he should be technically going for. But against the Suyo, Xpog not a good choice. Yisun Shin is a little bit weak compared to Serarmon's damage output, and he's gonna need a lot of scaling. And Funny Valentine, he is the main person who's going to be dealing out the damage. So what is he going to be picking up?
What could be the options? I don't think so. The Nolan could be a good option.
Oh.
At least for Funny Valentine, he's getting his comfort pick, which I said.
Okay.
Nathan, Guinevere. Okay. I like the
Okay.
Guinevere. Good
I
enough.
like it too.
Good enough, but they have enough magic damage. But the problem is, I think the Guinevere is kind of depending on how much you can hit your skills. So if
Exactly.
there are Purifies from both Faden as well as Kyle, they're pretty much uncatchable. And even if you go with the Lapu Lapu, even if you go with the Khalid, I think they have enough ways to get out. Even for the Kyle onto the Harith, he can just dash away from the Guinevere's, spatial migration at some points. So maybe it can work if the timing is impeccable, but so far I think the draft is very decent from both the sides. They have equal ways to punish each other, but the one which will overextend will be punished much more.
Will be
in this
the one
draft.
losing. The only good fact in this match is that Daku Sena has a little bit better damage potential towards the late just because of Funny Valentine, and both the drafts aren't the typical brawl comps. So that is something very refreshing for all of us to see.
Yeah.
And if Ryu gets a proper jump onto Serarmon or Haruka, Kimi he can't because Kimi definitely has the immunity onto his passive. So Ryu will need to target down Serarmon and Haruka or Kyle and Vaynen when they don't have the Purify. Peter can copy up the tectonic chart, so that might help them set up for Ryu. And Hiron Bush, of course, needs to go in for Harith onto the backline every single time.
But then again, most of the core damage dealers from Daku Sena are magic centric, right? So maybe if they built more concentrated on towards the magic defense, I think Daku Sena's front line would not be too much in a trouble, because the only major damage that will come through would be from the mid to late game by Funny Valentine. Apart from that, I think Ryu does not deal that high amount of damage. Even for with Peter, he needs to actually get close to deal the damage. So then again, the range kind of becomes the problem. But again, we'll see how it turns out in this game number 2 in this third match at Mythic Showdown, ladies and gentlemen. This is presented to you by War Drum Games. This is the match between Team Daku Sena onto the blue side and Team Noctura taking the red side. Noctura, they have the match point in this game. Let's see what
Peter?
do they do. And Peter already taking a bit of poke damage. Should just walk away, I think. But all right.
Ryu. Early jump onto Kimmy, and even Hiram Bush is here for the backup. Oh my goodness, aggression. Wow, that aggression is something interesting into the very first minute of the game from Daku Sena. Very unlikely of their game style, but if it works out, it works out.
It works out indeed, and they're rewarded because of that. But again, Ryu trying to steal away the jungle camps from the side of Noctura, which is also a very good thing. But the purple buff might be in a jeopardized position. Mid lane though.
Can see the engage coming in onto Peter. Feed in the mana. Oh my goodness, the last second flicker will save Peter's life this time around, but Ryu still doesn't have his buffs, while Suyo already has both of them. So they might be looking in for a contest at the small creep, So Ryu needs to farm up first, and the Lapu Lapu needs to be there. Oh no, Jazz dodges the Soul Sever as well as the Blade Surge. He needs to back off with the flicker, and that is exactly what he does.
Yeah, still survives, holds on to his life, not giving us unnecessary gold by dying in the early game, which is a very good choice by the side of Team Daku Sena. But again, another engage onto the mid lane. I think
Definitely.
Jazz will fall this time.
Low. He was low, and oh no, flicker! But he misses it out. Suyo just has a far better range, and he doesn't have the bravest fighter anymore for the next 20 seconds. And Saramon, despite being low, has Haruka, Kimi, Fate, and everybody in front of him. And look at Ryu, and entire focus from the side of Team Noctura is onto him, and he's gonna get bursted down immediately.
And they also pick up the turtle. Noctura, they're getting quite a good lead of the team fight, but now they're trying to choke the members. A good sandwich play might just come through. You can see 5 members from the side of Team Noctura already rotating for that. So you can see the importance of these rotations will be felt through across the map. But again, Funny Valentine is farming pretty easy, so which is a very good thing. So if Daku Sena wants to keep their win steady, they need to keep the farm on towards him. And to talk about the level ranking, Hide on Bush is leading, followed by Kyle, Saran, Moon, Haruka. So I think, again, with the goal lead onto the side of Team Noctura, they still have the advantage. But Kyle gets spotted by Jazz. Will he be okay?
Some on fours though, as well as a tectonic charge. He's not gonna be okay. Kimmy is there for the backup, and immediately Jazz is going to be falling. And even look at Kimmy's positioning. He's doing what usually Apex does, like scout out your enemy jungle every single time, and that is exactly what Kimmy is doing tonight. So that changes a lot of things. And now Funny Valentine is the one in danger though. He's dealing damage, but he needs to back off. He flickers out of that situation. Oh my god, Kimi with the flicker play. And who is Peter as well, gets the tectonic charge, but there's no damage dealer near him, so it was technically futile.
This is the problem, right? With the Valentina, you do not get that early damage. You need your teammates to be there, but there's no one gonna be with Chaz this time around.
No
3 of the members from the side of Noctura will be taking him down. But who is Peter though? He should have saw that coming.
That was so predictable.
Yeah, I think that was very predictable. That was a huge error from his end to read the map. But Ryu
Definitely looking for a jump, but not gonna hit. Hirambo going in with the bravest fighter, but Kimi flickers out with the tectonic charge instead. Iron Bush looking for some damage, will get interrupted, and he needs to back off, and that is exactly what he does. Kyle still has very free farm into this game. Already a 2.5k goal lead for the side of Noctura. Things are looking very dire for the side of Daku Sena right here.
Indeed, it's looking dire, but again, what do they do? How or when do they do these things, right? Because they need to match the tempo of the side of Team Noctura and also focus on to the farm for Funny Valentine. Jazz could have been again in trouble, but gets out with the Raging Sandstorm used defensively. So So far, I think 6 kills onto the side of Team Noctura has already provided them around 3k gold, which again is a very good lead in the early game. I would say just 5 minutes into the game, now the holy or the gold platings will fall off, so the turrets will be much more vulnerable and they can get taken down quite easily. So I think for Noctura now they will be starting to put the pressure across the map and cut off the rotations from the side of Daku Sena. But again, top lane.
Funny Valentine, very low here. Kimmy and Faden are available as well. Ryu trying to look for a jump, will not find it. Kyle though doesn't have his Aman force onto him, so needs to back off as well. And that is exactly what they do. But Ryu, you are in danger and you will get taken down. Possibly, no, not yet, but yes, now. That is exactly what happened. Peter as well. Using up the tectonic charge as a means to escape.
No way,
and
wait.
every single time, Kimmy with the flicker and the knock-up right beside the wall. This man, it's like he had a whole character development arc and came back just to show Daku Sena why he left them.
I feel like he has a personal enmity with them, but again, more sandwich plays from the side of Team Noctura might just be incoming here. Mid lane.
Definitely, the tier 1 is in danger here and they are going to be finding it. But Ryu with a double Violet Requiem, Raging Sandstorm as well with the flicker. But who is Peter? Gets taken very low and he has to back off. Jazz will find 1 kill onto Faden, but it's not gonna be enough. Iron Bush finds a stun onto 3, but he needs to back off as well. Had Funny Valentine been in that fight, things may have looked different, don't you think so?
Absolutely, I think the damage from Funny Valentine would have been very crucial for them to win out the team fight, but unfortunately he was nowhere near. And now I think Daku Sena, they need to enable him in this game. They need to put every farm they can find onto his Funny Valentine for them to win this game, because time has already dropped off for them to win the early to mid game. Third turtle of the game has been there for a while, and Team Daku Sena, the one trying to take it down, but again it gets resetted, and now Sarar Moon is the one knocking it down. But oh, the map again being zoned out by the members of Team NOC and Daku Sena. They have to respect that. They have to give them the space they're looking, because if they don't, if they overstay their welcome, they can get punished very easily. But again, the Lantern Flare almost got the stack on towards Jazz. He could have been lifted up and punished, but fortunately for him, he was still safe. But losing out the turrets at this point would be much more detrimental for Daku Sena to actually enable them or the damage dealer into this game. But again, look at the zoning. What do they do?
Again, the tectonic charge in pursuit from Haruka. Jazz simply doesn't have a chance in there, and he just isn't able to play the Khalid as aggressively as he would have wanted to because of the number of interrupts coming in from NOC. Like, technically, when you play a Khalid, you would want to stay in a place, deal the damage, and then sit down right there to heal up. But he isn't able to do that because Haruka is in front of him, Jukshin is in front of him, and look at the Soul Saber. Peter, 1 second, it took 1 second for Sararmon to find that kill onto Peter, and now Daku Sena are completely cornered under that inhibitor. Again, the Raging Sandstorm comes in, but Funny Valentine has no means to go in for an engage because his frontliners are so very low, they won't even be able to tank out for him.
Yep, and again, it comes down to the point, the gold being so different for both these teams. One team has the luxury of the gold, the other one is stripped off of it. And if you don't have the gold, if you do not have the items, and it's going to be very difficult for you. And I just look at that. Faden just picked up the Sky Piercer, so he might be able to punish the members a lot more with the low HP at this point. Daku Sena, they are not being able to protect the second tiers. But again, oi, look at that.
Okay, Peter finally with a shutdown, but the Infernal Pursuits are there into the back line, and 2 members will fall. Now 3 from the side of Daku Sena. Haruka with the vengeance, stomping on Funny Valentine, but the turret damage is a little too much to handle. They are going to find the kill out of Haruka. That's a 2-for-3 trade, but Seramon here though, the heal up is insane, and Kyle on the Harriet. This is why they say do not give Kyle his Harriet or his Granger. But as for now, we can see why you should not give that Harriet to Kyle.
Now the ways for the side of Team Daku Sena to come back into this game is looking much more slimmer. One more power spike item for the side of Team Noctura. This is more damage. Up until now, it was just 1 second. I think it might just get much like lower than that. The Lord is here, Daku Sena, they cannot even get a sight of it while Team Noctura are taking it down. Talking about the items, Team Noctura, they are very ahead, but again, Kimi this time get punished though. Okay, at least a good shutdown from the side of Team Daku Sena. If they can get more of that, it could be very good for them. But again, if we see Funny Valentine just 2 items in, he needs more than that.
He definitely does, and the Soul Sever actually connected onto 2 people along with the blades, so that's a huge deal of damage. And Kyle now has the Holy Crystal, and the members of DS do not have the economy to buy up their magic defenses. So of course, they are going to be struggling very much to defend even the first Lord of the game, which is coming in now onto the mid lane. They do not even have the inhibitor, and they aren't actually pulling the Lord to their side lane inhibitors. So what can really happen here? Ryu gets interrupted before he can cast the Violet Requiem, and Sir Rarmon is gonna find the kill. But the Lord has been killed up though. But Funny Valentine, he flickers out at the last second. The tectonic charge on two of them from Kimmy. NOC is completely styling on Daku Sena right now, and they will find the very first 2-0 for themselves. Something they had to find a long time ago, but this is the first victory for NOC into the round robin stage, and the second loss for Daku Sena.
It was a very clean game coming in from the side of Team NOC. I think they had full control of the game. They had full understanding what they need to do and how they need to do. And I think, again, it comes down to the point, the execution in this part. It was, again, both the traps were looking very good on paper. And in terms of, the counter index, I think they had enough ways to punish each other. But the problem is the execution, not having the gold, not having the ways to secure those objectives, and not having the ways to actually go for the structures will definitely hamper a lot of your playstyle that you actually want to do. But so far, I think Daku Sena, they could not crack the same code which other teams had done against Noctura. So maybe they have a homework to do for the next games that they have, but from here on, they will be facing the top team, so winning would be must for them. But for Noctura, it's a very good start for them. 2-0 is something they needed here, Sarah, and they delivered tonight.
Surprising, but not surprised at the same time, because what did I say? Worst output, and we're still gonna be fine, and that's exactly what happened with Daku Sena tonight. And I think we kind of saw it coming, at least I did, but it's okay. But other than that, as far as we can see, NOC are currently at 3 points, Daku Sena still at 3 points. NOC has 4 games in, Daku Sena has 3 games in. So technically, both of these teams, the chances to top 4 are very slim, but at the moment, they are tied up, I believe, at the 5th and the 6th position. Don't you think so?
Most likely. I think for Noctura, they were at the end, so they can just come up to 7, or they're still 8th, most likely. And if they win more, they can just climb up. But for Daku Sena, I think they were around 5th or 6th, right? If I'm not mistaken. After like SCT, they went up. Maybe because of that, the standing can change. But sorry, Sarah, I have not seen the standing so well myself. My memory does not do me justice at this point. So I'll leave it to you. But still, the game, this game, the man of the match. It's not football, guys. It's the mlbb, the MVP, the player of the match.
Yep.
Would definitely goes to Sarar Moon on to the Suyu.
It's either Sarar or it's Kyle.
Mm-hmm.
I
think.
Yeah.
It's an armor.
Wait, they showed.
They showed. We were distracted a little bit. We were distracted with our own things. We were distracted with our own troubles. But again, I think it does not matter who got the MVP. At the end of the day, the side of Team Noctura, they got the victory, right? That would matter much more for them.
Yeah,
and
it does.
the good fact about this is that they have not lost the motivation to win. So, yep.
That's what matters, really. And honestly, from the stats as well, you can see that Noctura just very much dominated Daku Sena in this one. And that kind of speaks all for itself, that despite getting some of your comfort heroes, I think it didn't work out exactly the way that you would have wanted to. Like, I think they didn't expect Kimi to be so prominent with his gameplay into this game. So that kind of spoiled things a lot. And of course, you can see the damage dealt 30,000 more than Funny Valentine plus a 2k gold lead. One man alone holding a 2k gold lead against your team. That's got to say that something is definitely wrong.
Indeed, and I think Funny Valentine could not get his items was one of the major factors why he was so behind. And even at some point, the team could not protect the damage dealer. Like, they were so aggressive, Noctura, for the ways they could go in. And even if the frontliners, they dived in from the side of Daku Sena, especially for Highland Bush, especially for the roamer, I think there were enough ways for team Noctura to actually punish with the Zushin, with the Grok, and even with the way they had the damage from Sararmun as well as from Kyle. And Jazz, he was doing a very good job into setting those team fights up, but I think in a way he kind of not getting it comes down to the previous game as well, the follow-ups, because it was interrupted by the side of team Noctura in the middle.
Ironically enough, the Lapu Lapu did have more impact though. More damage taken, more damage dealt, more team fight, and just the lesser gold amount, I believe. But, I mean, how much can one man really do? But it's alright, he tried, and the timing between team fights and the sync was very much off for both side of DS. While Saramon, Rich Guy plus the carry, he definitely outperformed everybody in this game. While the sandbag would be Jazz, he got killed a little too many times. And of course, Jukshin being the wingman, very present into the game, very good knockups coming every single time. And the team fights as well. I think the very first engage of the very first turtle, if you notice, that engage onto Ryu with the Crimson Beacon, that made the major difference for giving NOC that early game lead.
I do agree with you. I think with the recent buff onto versus Suyo, he's much more potent into these games, right? And we are yet to see much more potential from the rest of the heroes that have been buffed as well. I think the teams can actually explore around a little bit and also try these heroes, because in a way, we also talked about the impact of certain heroes in a game is kind of significant when it comes down to the overall team fight. But again, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we will have to come to an end for tonight. All the matches have been played, but it's played in good spirit, and we hope the spirit is continued even for tomorrow. And teams, they're there by everything, and even you guys have been amazing. We have reached the 500 like mark to get the 10,000 diamonds. Don't forget to collect and join our Discord server. The link should be in the comment section or even in the description. And if you cannot find it, I think you can just you can just search it up on Google. This is War Drum Games. There are enough ways to reach us out. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, we have to come to an end to an eventful night that we have begun, and we will be back again tomorrow with some more action-packed games with your favorite players and favorite teams playing into this round-robin stage of Mythic Showdown Season 2, presented to you by War Drum Games. But for now, it's a good night, and I hope you guys keep yourself warm as we take our leave. Thank you for watching. See you tomorrow.